that's the word that's key here. Success is not measured in the amount of money that you achieve. I think nobody here has that.
Again, I did not say the word money. I did not say the word success. It's about. Yeah, sure. A lot of companies have choices. That's what I said. I stick with that. I think that that discussion, while it's a useful one, I think it misses a point that most of us are not in a greenfield situation. We are somewhere today, and the question is, do you need to be able to move? Do you want to move? Is that a possibility within the budgets of the company? We are not in a vacuum, operating in a space where if you decide that you want to move, or you decide that you need to move, you need to have budget discussions, you need to have serious talks about capacity. Is that where it's best for the company to put their effort for the next, I don't know, quarter to be able to move your stuff? I think for a lot of people at this moment, it's still no, but it's good to do orientation and see where are your dependencies, where are your weaknesses right now, and where would you like to start creating the opportunity, the possibility to move, so that, as we all say, it's about choice and in the spectrum, so that when the time comes that you do want to move, you do have the budget and priority for it, that you can actually go and do that.
That's interesting. I actually wanted to interfere with the discussion here because I've listened a lot and I have an opinion that's maybe fueling the fire, so that would be great for the discussion. But it also applies to what you just added as a question, because I think that there is a total, like a broad lack of knowledge, and that's the decision makers often have no technical knowledge, so they might say it's impossible to run this workload in anything other than a public cloud based on no technical knowledge. So I think for 90+% of all use cases of all applications, it can be done perfectly with an on-premise situation or some local cloud or whatever hosting solution that's not in a public cloud from like US or China. But you need to know it, and I think that knowledge gap when it comes to risk management, when it comes to what sovereignty is and how it affects your risk posture as a company, that knowledge lacks. The second thing is that we here as technicians are very busy with like the technical side of it. But I can build this high available multi-data center stretch network and it will be uptime high and it will be great. The customer doesn't care. So if you look at, for instance, a car manufacturer, we are debating like, well, my engine is more efficient and it has more power and it has a better torque curve. And the customer just says, well, I just want to drive, I don't care. I just want to get from A to B. And the interesting vision is that Rolls-Royce does not publish their power curve. They just say, you have enough power. And you shouldn't worry about it. It's a luxury car, you just get from A to B. And I think that if we want to have the discussion with like the decision makers and the people in risk management and the architects, we need to speak a different language. So not convince them that we can technically build a better solution, but that we can help them solve their questions and problems.
So yeah, one thing is like Marcel said, normal human beings talk different languages. Everyone talks a different language, even though your native language may be something else. But coming back to what are the alternatives, so the Belgian government has actually internal cloud system or a cloud provider for themselves. We're trying to discuss that with the EU, so EU governments would be able to use these cloud providers, internal cloud providers, but that doesn't obviously help everyone, that helps a specific group. To actually get a competitor of AWS, Google, or even Microsoft, we would have to build that infrastructure. We would incentives. You can't do this on your own. That's my point. Sorry.
For once I'm going to agree with you because I disagree with you. So the EU actually tried this. How many of you know about the Gaia X project? Okay. Who's getting paid somehow or has received pay from Gaia X? Yes, nobody. Yes, okay. In Gaia X, because it's very untransparent, but the best estimates are that European Union spend about 300 to 400 million euros in Gaia X. What has Gaia X actually produced?
Nothing.
A bunch of documents that explain how to talk about a bunch of other documents that talk about terminology in the cloud. That's about the best thing Gaia X has produced so far. And we've spent 300 conservative, 500 non-conservative million euros on that over the past years. You imagine how many cloud startups we could have funded with 500 million euros. So I think that one of the worst things that Europe could do is spend more money on the same way. What we should do, however, and that's the second thing where I disagree with you, Kashan. We talk about infrastructure, and that makes total sense. I think everybody on this panel does hosting or has done hosting in the past or is tightly involved in something related to that. Why do people use the hyperscalers? Amazon, Google, Microsoft. Is it because they're uninformed? I don't know. Is it because they have the best infrastructure in the world? Certainly not. It's because they fix one thing really well, and that's developer experience. So to build a cloud, and that's my point, and then you can have it, to build a cloud, you have to build a software company first, not an infrastructure. I believe, and I've done the calculations and even talked to investors about it, I believe that for a couple of million euros, you can build a European cloud. But then you have to stick to one thing, and that is for 3 years. The only thing you build is software. You focus on the developer experience. And yes, after 2 to 3 years, you want to build the hardware because vertical integration, scaling, full control, tralala, cost efficiency, scalability. But that's secondary to the software. Even if you look at Amazon and Google have for every infrastructure and data center engineer, they have 8 to 10 software engineers. They're software companies and not infrastructure companies. And that is what almost all, and that's getting back to Chris's question, that is what almost all of the European cloud initiatives so far, except for a few very small number of exceptions, do wrong. They're all infrastructure companies that think that building a cloud is just making a bigger infrastructure. It isn't, it's not software.
Let me first say that I agree that we should build very well built software. First, I want to defend the European Commission. Because Gaia X was a bucket full of shit. Right? My quote, for instance. But there's also the Next Generation Internet program, and that led to 1,000 different small software packages and a few big ones. And it actually led to stuff like Mastodon, Jitsi, Bird, and there's this whole catalog, but I'm not with Helena, so I cannot tell the whole catalog altogether. And that's also a few hundred million euros. And now there's the next European Commission initiative called Eurostack. And again, that's going a bit more to infrastructure companies, but it doesn't mean that everything the EU does is wrong. And I'm very hard to disagree on that you should not spend more money on it. I think you should spend more money on it, but you should do it in a better way so that everybody who is here gets some of that money so they can do what they do in a really well way. It's always good to be proud that you want to give them more money. You should cheer.
the hardware now, you have Intel, you have ARM, which are all external companies. They could just stop the supply of hardware, and ARM is half European. By origin, yes, it's no more European. But anyway, my point is that you cannot just do software, you cannot just do hardware, you need the full stack. If you want to have actual sovereignty, you need to be independent from any external factor that can impede on your sovereignty. Hardware is one layer, because hardware typically takes a little bit longer to develop. You need to do the hardware and the software at the same time.
So, to build your European cloud, you must first build their own CPUs, their own motherboards, their own routers, their own things. And then probably in 50 to 100 years we will build the cloud?
I didn't say we have to do all of that at the same time. We can start with the current commodity hardware. But if we don't start this, then like you said, within 50 years we might not even be there still. So we need to be able to do multiple things at the same time, which is why, for instance, NGI, which is a very big initiative, with multiple small projects, even if one project gets killed or doesn't evolve in the correct way, we still are making progress on the overall. NGI was, it's 1,500 projects that they funded about. A little bit more if I remember well. Like Koen said, if Michiel was here, he could give you the details. But this is what we need. We need to be doing things on multiple levels and not just on one level, which is like, oh, we will just build a little bit of software. No, we need to do all of it. And yes, that is the part where I said leapfrogging is going to be very complex, which is why, for instance, the European Union spending on one project like Gaia X and we don't know what is happening. But if you spread that out over thousands, maybe 10,000 little companies or even larger companies, some of them will survive. Not everyone will survive.
I'd like to raise two slightly different points again. One is that the things you guys are talking about are future stuff that are all of them not here right now. And I think we have a fairly urgent issue, at least in Europe, where we should probably look at alternatives for today or tomorrow. So I think that's an important distinction, that yes, we should work on the longer term issues, but I'd like to hear your opinions actually on what can you do today or tomorrow. The other thing is that it's probably going to be a very unpopular opinion, but I don't know that reinventing the wheel in Europe is going to make things better in the long run. I think that if I look at, for instance, I did a lot of stuff in the MySQL community, so I'm quite well aware of things there. And since MySQL AD got sold to Sun and then Sun got sold to Oracle, we got Pagoda server, we got MariaDB server, we got MySQL, all of these, and now we have a splintered ecosystem that's, in my opinion, not better than when we had MySQL that was just MySQL.
One of the points I would like to touch something about, we are talking about logistics. Not now. What do you think is the question? For now, we have already great companies in Europe, not only OVH, we have, what did you say, UpCloud? Yeah, that's UpCloud. We have a lot of companies which could do a European sovereign cloud, but who is building the European sovereign cloud? No, not you. Hold on. It is still Amazon. Even they say, hey, it's not a subsidiary. It was only European citizen. And to be honest, I tried to apply there. So I clicked it. So they're really asking for your citizenship. If you're not European, have an EU citizenship, you cannot apply there as an infrastructure engineer or whatever. So, but we have still other great companies which we can use. And what the money what the EU has could spend would be in the EU step with these companies. They are great, I think. They instance all over the world. They could compete to AWS, Microsoft, or also Azure, Microsoft and so on.
So one thing over the hyperscalers that's more general, I don't think we should build the one-on-one alternative. And that said, I want to name 3 examples of customers we have that have come to us because they need a sovereign cloud in a matter of life and death, literal life and death. First case, the Moscow Times. We host a newspaper called the Moscow Times, which is the only free Russian newspaper in the world, and they cannot be hosted by big tech companies, because big tech companies will shut them down. They can only be ran by a sovereign Dutch cloud party. I think the word infrastructure is better. And this is not a small newspaper. The Moscow Times runs multiple millions of individual users every day. So that's the first example. And they cannot use Microsoft or Amazon or Google because they will simply be shut down. Second example, a customer of us called, maybe you know them, I cannot name the name, but I can describe it. So this is a very large judicial institute, worldwide judicial institute, and one of their main judges got cut off by a sudden big tech company from the US because there was something that was not really compliant. They are running their infrastructure now for the largest part from offsite, from their own data center in their own building in The Hague. And they're hiring companies like ours to help them run that infrastructure. They cannot be running in the cloud, even though they are a very, very, very large Microsoft customer. They're now slowly changing that. And then they have a marketing department that says, oh, we've completely moved. And then the third example, a customer that we recently brought from a complete Microsoft 365 to a self-hosted Nextcloud and email solution, is called SOMO, which is an international investigative research institute that does research to very large multinationals. And one of their main research articles for the coming time is going to be Microsoft. Maybe it's not a good idea to run that and then be dependent on Microsoft for having this, so they obviously change. So why do I call out these 3 examples? The next example could be the European government. It could be Denmark. But Denmark, in scale to, for example, SOMO, that's 100,000 times bigger. And even Luxembourg, if you compare them to the Moscow Times, that's a few 10,000 people that are building the government in Luxembourg. So this is hard, but it doesn't mean that it isn't possible. So then we come with the example of Schleswig-Holstein, German Deelstaat. What do you call it in German? Bundesland. Right. And they moved everything to a sovereign cloud. So it is possible, but you do have to make choices, and it's not as nice and easy and polished and well-defined and easily, etc. But it's coming now. It's starting to change. And if we spend time on this and do it, then it will be possible.
Let me just add another example for great starts of things. France already had a test phase with 20,000 users, so a lot of more people than here in the room, for their video conferencing software. Visio, yeah, sounds like a rubbish program.
starting to see alternatives for those here in Europe. OVS has been mentioned. Now again, because they're also active in the States and Canada, that leads to other issues. I think Scaleway has been mentioned. We've been testing a lot of them because all our customers ask us the same questions since 2 years. We've been very impressed with, for instance, Stackit. I don't know how many of you those here know them, but if I tell you that they're a sister company of Lidl, the retailer, you probably heard of those. Stackit is doing an impressive job, and for a lot of our companies, we're now starting to see them be a true alternative to those. But those companies have two things in common. One, they're extremely limited, and two, they're still at least 10 years behind the big ones. Now, for a lot of companies, I mean, Amazon has 4,000 different services. At Amazon, you can do ground station for satellites as a service. Who needs that? About 20 companies in the world, 100 maybe in the future. So, but if you look at the basic services, we're starting to see European companies that are starting to be good enough in the cloud space. I mean, the title of this panel was Sovereign Cloud. I'm just talking about the cloud space and not the traditional hosting one. But yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, I prefer to have the choice of 10 of those instead of 1 or 2 that we currently have. So I do think that more European players need to be built. But it's not like we have zero choice today. We do have alternatives for the big ones. But again, there are trade-off, and it brings me back to my first introduction. It's all about the choices that you make.
I think that one of the challenges from a customer perspective is that if you're using a big public cloud provider at this moment, your whole infrastructure, especially if you're using infrastructure as code, is in a way tied to the API of that vendor. Because migrating a workload from one Linux system to another is not a big deal. It's all the automation around it that has been written specifically for the API of the vendor you're using. And if you're using something like OpenTofu or Terraform or something like that has this provider ecosystem where you say, well, we can switch provider, yeah, but you still need to comply with the API of the vendor you're switching between. So I heard the discussion about European initiatives. I'm really a big fan of like Europe and our collaboration as countries, but I really have my doubts about the approach. So Gaia X, yes, I think it's a good idea, but the execution is really like not good. So I think in a way it would be smarter for Europe to focus on defining an API standard. So not saying we're going to build this cloud on our own, but we're defining an API spec that all the providers in all the countries can comply with, so that you can say, well, we are a European API compatible provider. And then also, and I'm going even a bit further, also the Microsofts and the Amazons in this world can choose to comply with the same API standard. It's just being compatible, and in that case you can choose, does this need to be running sovereign, or do I need this satellite-based service, and then you can still use the provider that has that service if you need it. But you have freedom, and also from a provider perspective, if you want to build your own sovereign cloud, you can do it, and as long as it's compatible with the API spec of the European Union, you're good to go, and the customer can use it the same way as different providers in the market. There's one more point, and then I get back to my point of knowledge. I think this is also a big challenge, because we're here like in an audience that understands that if you're locked in on an API, that's something to consider. But I also in daily practice meet people that still say, what is Ansible? And that's like a total league of it's like 7 ages in IT that they still fall behind when it comes to the state of the art and their daily situation. And I think that's a knowledge gap that we cannot underestimate, because that's the customers that need to do migration from their current situation towards some sovereign different solution.
So what Marcel was discussing with a common API for all cloud providers for Europe is actually the same discussion I had with the European Union 2 weeks ago. So that's one thing. On the other hand, I find it a little bit strange that, for instance, Frank is choice, while Walter wants MySQL not to have more choice. The fact that your community has more choice with an open standard or an open API makes it possible for us to choose. Look at Matrix, it's an open standard, we have multiple home servers, we have multiple clients, you have a choice as a consumer to use whichever one you want. And in this standard, because of Matrix and the Federation and Mastodon, we own our own data, which means that we still are a little bit sovereign about what we have. Yes, you don't own all of your data, exactly, but you own most of it. You can choose and switch between partners. So if you have new companies that want to come on the market, they comply with the standard, they're European, you have a choice. And I think we all agree we want choice.
So we all want choice, but we want one API.
It was the last word, so we're done. Last words. Questions from the audience. I think that would be like a great way forward to have more compatibility or interchangeability, again on the API level, so on the front door. We all use cars with the same gas fueling system between brands. That's really convenient for the consumer. I think we need to have that approach on IT as well.
I want to also keep short. I keep short. I think the solution is knowledge, and I agree with Marcel. We always disagree, so it's very nice to end this with where we agree. One example of that is that even in this hall, where are all the people between 20 and 40 years old? There are a few maybe, but they are the exceptions. And I applaud you. You're really cool. You're the coolest of your age. But we need more young people to do this. And another standard that standardizes everything is always a very long way. The best way to standardize stuff is to start something new that works really well. And I also think the last thing, in this hall we're all just working on just getting the stuff ready that we have to get ready tomorrow, because there's a lot of demand. And then, for example, with Matrix, you just take the server that actually runs. And that's the one you use, not the one that's necessarily the best.
So I think I would love to see more questions, but there's always right. There's tomorrow. Those we stop now and really late lights. And then people don't get really hungry. So I'll have a round of applause for the panel.
Hi everyone, my name is Peter Sudo. Go easy on me, this is my first ever Ignite, so... thank you very much. Good. Oh, you speak really fast, 15 seconds seems short, but also long. So this is me, last time I was here speaking in 2020, you can see much has changed. And if you want to feel old, there's a picture of me in Puppet Room in 2016, because I actually worked at Puppet at the time. So today I'm here to talk about the Vox Populi, which are the gatekeepers of Wayward Puppet modules. Who here knows who Vox Populi are? A lot of hands, that's great. So they have a lot of Puppet modules, and if I time this right, then it should change now. There we go. So these are just non-forked. We've got about 345 repositories, there's about 46,000 pull requests open, 13,000 issues open, so there's a lot out there that you kind of need to manage. And part of that, as you can imagine, the CI for this is pretty complex. And the main thing that comes up with any sort of large CI/CD kind of setup like this is you had a lot of known unknowns. You probably know that there are certain builds that are slower than others, but which ones and how long for? And you want to take that kind of intangible, things are slow and move faster. So one thing that Datadog does, if people don't know, I work for Datadog, is that they have an OSS program. We actually do a lot of open source stuff around, I think the Mint project uses us for CI/CD as well, and for Origin as well. So go click on that link from there. So it's pretty quick. The Vox Populi setup is almost entirely within GitHub. So getting up all of the native actions into Datadog is usually a one click. Fancy all stuff behind the scenes. Once it's up and running, you already have quite a lot of out-of-the-box kind of setup from there. So the key kind of thing of Datadog is you plug in a known integration. When I started, we had 200. We're now up to about 1,100. And you get quite a lot of out-of-the-box value from there. You immediately have a bunch of dashboards and things that you can kind of do before you customize to whatever you want. So this is the Vox Populi repo, just using the out-of-the-box dashboard for CI visibility. So right now, we can see it's about 87% successful pipelines kind of running through. And of those, it's about 82% successful jobs. And you can see some highlights of the fastest and slowest stuff from there. That's good, that's a good kind of starting point. From there, you probably want to build your own kind of custom dashboards and alerts based on your kind of requirements. So I helped out with the team on this. Obviously, I'm the SME, working for Datadog and knowing Puppet at the same time, and contributing to a lot of possibility modules back in the day. So I made this quick little dashboard, so we can see things like success rate. We've got a sort of Hall of Fame, Hall of Shame, so we can see, what are the top failing repos, the slowest kind of pipelines from there. We can see, which areas. This is kind of fixing the idea of the known unknowns, right? From here, the team can say, okay, these are the kind of known bad parts from there. We have a full kind of alerting and monitoring framework from Datadog as well. So from this, we have the ability to look in and see which are platform errors versus code errors. So where has GitHub itself gone wrong? There might be something behind the scenes, some API issues, you can learn from there. And here's an example of that kind of concept of the Hall of Fame, Hall of Shame. Top here, so the acceptance criteria for a particular repo is a lot faster, and here the Rocky tests on OpenVox are some of the slowest around there. So we can see. Plus, we can see things like relative context from there. So that's all great. How successful has this been? Pretty successful so far. Again, this is all pretty early on. We've just kind of plugged things in. We've got a really good specific use case. I was actually asking the team like literally a week before we had it there. So here's a screenshot from IRC for Pastel. So there's an example of in the OpenVox server, they had a CI run that was a lot slower than it should have been. It doubled based on things coming in. It was one of those things that normally would be a gut feeling. You'd have to kind of figure things out. In this case, we have the specific spike, and even if you have no idea what Datadog is, or even what the original repo is, you can see on this graph there was a spike where the job went up. Okay, let's go back to that commit, figure out where the actual issue is from there. All great. There you go. So the next step after that, so this is all just pipeline, so how things go. The next step is kind of drilling in and getting into the test themselves. So for people who have the concept of tracing and APM and things like that, you can actually do that for tracing. So going into the sort of the actual Ruby tests themselves, finding out where there's actual bits to kind of fix from there. It's a little bit more involved because you're not just consuming directly from GitHub, you're actually going into the code itself and doing some injection and doing things on sort of to make it very clear that I am not a lawyer. I am not a business advisor. This is not legal or business advice. This is just a story of some guy who started a small company and some of the things that we ran into and maybe hopefully learn from. So, when we started this company, we were halfway through negotiations for a really, really, really big support contract with a really big company that you all knew. And we thought that we were going to kind of bootstrap the company off of that support contract. But you all know how enterprise businesses are. That support contract is still in the middle of negotiations, so it was more like this. Still going up, just a lot slower and more tedious than we thought it was going to be. We're about to hit our first $1 million in revenue sometime in the spring, and that's just enough to hire the people that I want to bring on. So what makes a business work? Well, they'll tell you in business school that you really need three things. First off, you start with a problem. There's a problem that people actually have. You start with the problem that the people have, not an idea. You don't start with an idea. You start with something that you can fix. And then you build a solution. And your solution has to be better than everybody else's out there. And then, most importantly, you need somebody, or you need a lot of somebody's actually, who will actually give you money for the thing that you built. They will tell you that this is enough to start a business because you can buy everything else. So if you take on funding, they will tell you that the first thing that you do is buy the people that are going, the team that is going to help you build a successful company around the idea that you have, around the solution that you are turning into a product. But I'm a little bit morally opposed to venture capital. I talked about that a little bit last year because that ties you into a rat race. I have no interest in being a 10x hockey stick unicorn. I just want to be able to make a living and pay my people salaries and do good things in the world. So, a little bit of lowered expectations there. Secret, I haven't actually written myself a paycheck yet, and I'm super privileged to be able to do that. Part of it is I had some money saved up. Part of it is I kind of have a sugar daddy who helps pay the bills at home. My wife is out at the table if you want to meet her. But also, I don't need huge salaries. I have no need to ever ride a giant dick rocket in space. So, one of the problems that small companies have is keeping up with your customers. This is a photo shoot. Some guy had this idea that he was going to do photo shoots in Portland. You email him the book. He's a small guy. When they showed up for this photo shoot, he had been discovered by a newspaper, and he was freaking out because he had 42 emails that he woke up to that morning and he couldn't keep up. So instead, he set out a Calendly link and said, "Here, go sign up." He put on the brakes, slowed things down to the pace that he was able to deliver quality. Which is good, because most of what I end up doing is administrative bullshit like this. That is a lot of mail. That's more mail than I've ever gotten in my life, I think. And all I do is pick up all the pieces that there are to running a business. Everything that needs to get done that doesn't have an engineer or a support person or whatnot kind of lands on me. So that's way too much stuff to do. That's way too much context switching for a person. I'm going to drop a lot of those things. The key is to make sure that I don't drop the important ones. So checklist, make sure that everything is broken down into tasks that I can do, and also don't try to do things I'm not sure good at. So that's not as much fun as I hoped, but it's still pretty exciting, and I still feel like finally making a difference in the world again. And the rest is really just project management and not caring so much about some of the details. So the things that we learned are, if you pull in funding, you're tied to shareholders. That is not something that I want to do. We lowered our expectations so that we can deliver. And we also slowed down so that we can deliver quality at the pace that is manageable to us. And that means that we're looking at sustainability of the company, much, much, much smaller. And that. Yes, right, it's that time again, it's at night time. So, when I was a kid, we did this experiment, science experiment, which was really cool to me, where we made invisible ink with lemon juice that you write and you can't see because the juice is clear, and then you put it in the oven and it appears. And I thought that was great. This guy, MacArthur Wheeler, robbed a couple of banks in Pittsburgh in 1995. I only just learned this a few weeks ago. He's there, caught on CCTV. His face is covered in lemon juice. He genuinely believes he's invisible. So he carried that lesson forward from childhood, which is great. And it was amongst that sort of escapade that inspired the work of a couple of scientists, a couple of research scientists called Dunning and Kruger, who coined this the Dunning-Kruger effect. And what is that? Well, this is effectively a little graph. We all love graphs summarizing what they found, but it basically is, it summarizes that moment where you look at something like, you might look at a figure skater on TV and go, that looks easy, I could do that. And that's where you begin this massive overconfidence that you can do something because it looks pretty easy, even though you don't know much about it. And then, of course, as soon as you try it, you fall flat on your face, maybe literally, maybe metaphorically, and then you hit this, what they call the valley of despair, and then sort of as you begin to get more experience, you begin to level out a bit. And so effectively what we do is we're really bad at judging where we are and our ability levels. Are we any good at anything or not? And we oscillate between we're either overconfident or in imposter syndrome. And of course, what is imposter syndrome? It's comparing ourselves to other people. We'll look at other people and we'll go, oh, they know so much, they're so clever, they're so much smarter than me. And the reality is we actually don't give ourselves enough credit a lot of the time. We are often sort of mired in our own fears. And actually, it's like a Venn diagram. We actually know more than we think. Now we're here, this is technology. Technology grows relentlessly. We've had a lot of that theme already over the last sort of day and a half. I didn't even go to FOSDEM, so I don't know what happened there. But you know, this is a massively growing area, so we're constantly being thrown new things to learn. And I'm going to intersect this now with dopamine, which is one of my other sort of pet topics at the moment that I'm learning about. And the thing is, dopamine, it's one of those funny chemicals in the brain. We have these wired interactions that lead us towards doing things. And there's a lot of talk about this, particularly with children, social media, banning social media for children, that kind of thing. And there is this cycle. It doesn't have to end in addiction, but dopamine is that chemical in the brain that drives you towards, okay, I want to do that because I'm expecting this particular outcome. So social media, things like that. But it can apply to technology as well. You can get addicted, let's speak loosely, to fixing problems, to looking for problems, to adding features relentlessly, to learning. These things can be a little bit on the addictive side, and there's nothing wrong with that when it's healthy. But of course, like anything can be good or bad, anything can be healthy or unhealthy. You can take it to a massive extreme. And that means you start looking actively for problems, you can start to feel very negative about things, you can massively overcomplicate things that don't necessarily need to be complicated. And that's, in some circles, if you're a researcher, that may be a good thing, but it also brings about this whole, I can't see the wood for the trees, I've now overcomplicated it. And if you work in the corporate world, I'm guessing most people in the room do, you know, everybody's got targets, everybody's got performance reviews, everybody's got some sort of benchmark or award or something. And of course, whether you like it or not, this feeds the dopamine cycle. But what you can end up with is this relentless pursuit of perfection. You never actually finish something. You never sort of accept, okay, that was actually really good. Good, you know, perfection is the enemy of good. And I personally, I love this kettle. This is obviously AI generated, I found this, but you know, if someone builds me this kettle, I want it because it's got all the dials on it. But I think this is such a great example of something that's just massively over-engineered, you know. This is something, if I was left alone to my own devices, I'd probably build that. But let's not forget, you know, when we start out, we look at stock image I found here,
you know, a carpenter, you drive a nail in, it looks like the easiest thing in the world, right, to drive that nail in straight. It's really not. So, where are we with this? What am I sort of trying to drive home? Well, we end up on this roller coaster where we either think we know too little, or maybe we're overconfident for a bit, but the reality is we actually are really bad at judging where we are. And you can't do a lot about that. We are wired in certain ways, we respond in certain ways. And I think the thing is, a lot of the time actually, you're doing a lot better than you think. Our brains can be, particularly in this busy, sort of noisy world that we live in, they can be a little bit crazy. So I just want to say this, you're always enough, you're always doing enough, you're doing better than you think you are. Thank you.
Two more remarks on what happened. Then you can go on.
Can you hear me at the back? Hello? Cool. Thank you. Can I get a leap on this talk, do you know? Yeah. So it was good to see AI get a bit of a kicking today. I don't know about you. Yesterday was a bit of an AI love fest. And I've written a book about AI in data centers and how it's not a good thing, right? But also how we work in DevOps. So that was good timing. I work as a DevOps engineer. I've also worked as an engineering manager and leader kind of thing. I've done that kind of charity majors flip-flop a few times, and I have to deal with this stuff, the kind of usual shit. We have to deal with this stuff. We have to deal with all of this planning and all these meetings. And a few years ago, I was kind of thinking, I've been doing this for a long time now. Why can't I do more, you know? Is it I lack people skills? Well, no, because table stakes are people skills, right? Everyone says we have to kind of learn it or do it, but we're all kind of good with people, even though we think we're geeks. We're also pretty good. So then you kind of start to think a bit broader, and you think, well, maybe it's something to do with the teams or the organisation. Maybe I should look into this. And you start maybe reading some stuff, thinking about it a bit deeper. You think, well, these managers I work for, they're idiots. It must be easy to be able to organise a place better than them, surely. And then you kind of think, well, yeah, also we're doing this stuff for customers, right? We're doing it for the products. We're trying to make money. So maybe I should strategize. Maybe I should create a startup. Maybe I should do all of these things. You have all these thoughts, right? So a few years ago, I read this. Anyone read the Phoenix Project here? Quite a few people, okay. And I loved it. You know, I felt for the first time that I'd been kind of seen in my day job. And I felt like it was something that I could really learn from. So then I read the Unicorn Project, and also was in that, yeah, a few more, a few less, sorry. And I love that too. But these are not kind of stories, even though they are stories, they're novels, they are business books, right? And they teach us, again, more frameworks, more kind of platforms, more kind of things that we need to learn or do and stuff. And these are all good books, right? But they're only books that give us ideas about what we do day to day. And I thought, well, I've been doing this like 30 years. I'm still doing the same shit, you know, despite all of our frameworks, despite all of our meetings, despite all of the fact that we've changed from project management structure to agile, we're still doing the same shit. So what the hell is going on here? That was my question. And should I write a book about it? That was, well, not really a question I had to myself, but I was thinking, where's the real work in this? And the Unicorn Project, Phoenix Project got pretty close. I loved them, but they weren't close enough for me. So I thought, let's make it more miserable. So that's when I started writing a book about it. Because honestly, this is what happens, right? We try to do all this great stuff, but at the same time, we have to do all this shit too. We have to build up our tech debt because bosses say, just do it, you know? Get it into production, fix it. We'll just ignore that control for today. And that's frustrating, you know? We're still kind of going around in these circles, going around in these same patterns. We're told, like, work is a family, and that's kind of, we are kind of made to feel like that sometimes. And it's great when you work in a good team and you really get on with your team and it's genuine, you know? But you can't be told that it's something that you should do. You shouldn't go out on a company day out to have fun, to bond with each other. I know we try to do this stuff and it's important and valuable, but you can't fake it, right? When you go to work, it's difficult. It's a pressure cooker. And sometimes we're told to, just put it into production. So, angry, ranty, but kind of justified, I think, because it's been going on too long. And then when you see AI added to this kind of cake, you kind of think, well, is this another pill I have to swallow? Do I really need to actually do this thing that I'm being told to do? Or can we think a little bit outside the box? And can we just go back to basics? I love Joe's talk this morning, talking about open source and how once it was like a passion, once it was a thing, it wasn't a career move. And too long now it's become a career move. So maybe we can just think about not having all the answers.
Hello.
Maybe we can just be
Can I
nice
ask
to
a
each other.
question?
And that's why I wrote this book. It's kind of a hopeful
I
book,
will
I hope.
have a talk,
It's a story.
I
I've got
suppose,
some.
not here, but
If you
in
want to have one, come and find me afterwards.
this
And
one.
I realise I've now finished 2
11?
slides.
Yeah, it would happen on the
There's a
next
picture of it.
room, yeah?
I don't know, probably, yeah. Another room. This is 14 at least, so probably 12,
Thank
11,
you.
yeah.
And last line
Okay.
is just some details on where you can get it.
I'm
So it's
correct that
available, it's self-published,
it would be in
it's available in all
like
your
this
kind
room,
of
yeah?
things.
Yeah, I guess so. There's a room after this one.
Enjoy.
Or if it's the other corridor, there's 2 corridors. But
No, I know that it's
okay.
at the end of this room.
The one there, yeah. Probably. Yeah, which spec is that? Okay.
All right. I had some leftover stuff that I was going to talk about in a talk I did yesterday, and I decided to throw it tonight together because they said they were short ones. So here we are. Basically, I have been interviewing engineering leaders and different peers of mine and friends over the last 6 months about their journeys with AI, and I've collected their wisdom and put it on the screen. Some of it I will elaborate on and talk about, and some of it I will just let you read and consume yourself. So this is a very interactive talk. If you're not paying attention, you won't get anything out of it.
No, the actual guys could schedule up all their own.
So all of these were actually basically said to me. Sometimes I've changed the wording just to make it fit on a slide a little bit better. But basically, there's just some weird things that happen when you start using AI to do a bunch of stuff. And I think there's a lot of positive things there. I think there's a ton of them. But there's also just some stuff that comes out a little weird. And a lot of it's better now than it even was 6 months ago. I think we came into probabilistic workloads, as I was talking about yesterday. And some of this was, hey, you can't count on this certainty thing properly. And so you get things like, I asked for 3, I got 5. Why is this? I'm trying to understand it. And then some of these were actually like kind of tidbits of wisdom that I really resonated with, and this was one of them. It's, you may not be replaced by AI, but the person that uses AI better than you will replace you. And I think that's a fair thing to think about right now. Yeah, this one was kind of, this was actually after a long rant where somebody was just like, oh my God, the only thing I actually understand right now is networking. So. Yeah, and so sandboxing became a hot topic for how to control what was going on for agents and other runtimes and things like that. And basically, what kind of happens in the sandbox, you have to trust it because there hasn't been a lot of architectural diagrams to show you how sandboxing is occurring in some cases. You just have to kind of trust it. I'm in sandbox mode. I guess it's okay. Maybe it won't go outside. I will say that I had another colleague or another peer that said that they were hitting at about 55% success in their model and they were shipping it. So, yeah. I think this is a key point in that I've found that a lot of managers are really liking AI more than ICs, and I think a lot of it is because managers are very used to things happening in a way that they didn't plan, but it's still okay, it still is an okay outcome. Whereas I think a lot of individual contributors were basically like, that's not how I would code this, therefore it's wrong, therefore I hate AI. And that's how you can end up things. So. No notes. So, yeah,
so I think I talked about this a little bit yesterday, where when you're actually doing CI, you might need to actually apply statistics on it and actually look at outputs, kind of range of errors, range of probabilities, and you just need a little bit more statistics now, and that's a little bit fun. And then you have to figure out when the AI gives you attitude. And I will say, if you haven't messed with system prompts to make the AI either more hostile to you or at least have a different personality, you are missing out on enjoyment at work. So, I think this was a quote yesterday from somebody when I was at the bar. So, yeah, I've definitely, somebody was talking about they were using this advanced code review tool, and it was just like, this part of the code makes me uncomfortable, and they were like, I don't know what to do with this. I would have this exact same conversation with an engineer. Like, uncomfortable is not a thing we can troubleshoot. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that reading Hacker News, like when you look at the training sets, there's a lot of Hacker News and a lot of Reddit and Quora and Stack Overflow, and eventually you're just like, these bots, they're going to hate everything and everyone. You can kill an agent, you can't kill a coworker. Oh, man. Yeah, so I think a lot of this is now, we know that the AI code is bad or it's good or whatever, but that's, we had 20 years of experience and now we completely changed the game on this. And that's been a little bit existential for people, so I pulled that out. But in the end, we survived cloud, we survived containers, we survived Kubernetes, barely, but we did. And we'll probably survive this too. There's a pretty good chance, statistically speaking. So, anyway, that was my quick Ignite talk on discussing AI with different people that were leaders in engineering around the world. So, I think I'll just do a sponsor pitch now.
Yeah, you can do sponsor.
All right, I'll take off the hat so I look like a different person. So. No, it thinks it's connected. So yes. I got it. Oh, change that. All right. We got it. All right. So I work at Phlox. I think we talked about that. I'm gonna call it close enough. I work at Phlox, and basically we build a system that is an environment manager, package manager, software development lifecycle tool. It's modern. It's great. The works better than HDMI cable. But our ideal workflow is git clone Phlox activate. We basically want to take your README and make it shorter, so that if you're on Mac and your colleagues on Linux, you're on x86, they're on ARM, whatever. Any environmental transaction you do works everywhere else. It's powered by Nix. It's got a lot of really cool stuff going on under the hood, but you get all your dependencies, all the exact same software versions on any endpoint target. So basically, you can skip your README. You can work across your full stack without version conflicts. That might mean that you have one project that needs Postgres 11, one project that needs Postgres 12, one that needs 13, whatever. You can have all those side by side by side. You can have different versions of Python, different versions of everything you need. So if you've worked with things like virtualenv, or you've worked with things like RVM or NVM, it's like all that for every piece of software that you need, and it's all locally per directory, so it's not globally installed and polluting your system. So, and then one of the things we did this year was we actually made it so you can run Phlox environments in Kubernetes. And this is one of my favorite things we worked on this year, because I didn't like everything about Kubernetes. I still don't like everything about Kubernetes, but I do like the APIs quite a bit, because we've made a lot of good balancing on how to create applications and make them all conform to these common APIs. So we launched this container called Phlox Empty, which which is literally a 49-byte container, because you cannot make a container that is smaller than 49 bytes, because if you tar up dev null, it's still 49 bytes, because that's the header for the container. But we run that, and basically we launch this container through containerd with our plugin, and then we bind mount in all the software you need from the host, and it's because it uses Nix under the hood. Anytime you have a change, you only have to change the one package, because the layers are, we don't care about the order of the layers of all of them. And so when you're shipping things around, you ship a whole lot less. Usually the first thing you do with a Docker file is you Docker build, and you ship it somewhere just so you can pull it back to where you actually want to run the work. And we kind of skip that whole central step, where we only ship metadata around, which is and then you pull it back down as JSON, and you've got your environment materialized, and it works that way. So you get a lot of hot caching and faster deploys, things like that. So it works really good for edge networking, things like that. So that's new. And then this year we did a bunch of stuff where we've added SBOMs all the way through, so those are included. You don't have to really think about what you're doing in terms of, I'm adding this piece of software, I'm changing this as a software bill of materials as an SBOM if you're not that familiar. We've made some packaging easier, because sometimes making packages to fit within the Flux environment with the Nix world, if you've ever looked at a Nix expression, I'm sorry. If you need to do that, we've made it some easier ways to do it, so that if you can get your project to build within a Flux environment, we can make a package out of it and make it reusable and distributable for your colleagues. A lot of CUDA support and distribution, working with NVIDIA mostly on their licensing and legal side of how to distribute things appropriately, but they've been very good partners for us. And we now have an MCP, which I realized just got corrected to map as I typed it, so that's awesome. Skills and plugins and stuff like that to use Flux with your agentic workloads or your Cursor or Claude or whatever you're doing your code in. And I'm really sorry about the HDMI cable. I have literally nothing to do with it. But we do have a Flux workshop tomorrow if you'd like to learn more. So thank you, and I think you're supposed to go get lunch.
Now we have lunch, and then we start at 2 o'clock again in the respective rooms.
Okay, so
Yeah, there you go.
okay, so
Yeah, there you go.
okay, so
Yeah, there you go.
okay. That is loop.
So it's streaming live now. Excellent. There we go. So I'll give you a 10-minute, 5-minute warning.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to leave some time for questions at the end? So do a little bit earlier, or?
Yes, my plan is to like.
Oh, so I'll just give you the real 10-minute warning when it's like actually 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be in the other room probably if something's wrong. Then
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll just introduce you. You can hand it over to you.
Sure.
So you're on the networking team at Red Hat?
Yeah.
Cool. So just wanted to double check.
How much time is left? Is it a minute or so?
Alright folks, so we're going to get started. So good afternoon. I'm going to introduce to you Rohit. He's on principal engineer on the Ansible networking team. He's going to be talking to you today about network backups and restore with Ansible. So over to you, Rohit.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And again, thanks for joining the session. Again, my name is Rohit Thakur. I'm a principal software engineer at Red Hat. And today I will be talking about a particular use case that is like network backup and restore with Ansible. And I will be covering how do we build or write a solution which is idempotent in nature, platform neutral, and then we'll try to go through some features which are more about adding the severity, diff severity scoring, and then probably adding some hashing in terms of ensuring that there is backup integrity. So let's see what we have in our agenda. Apart from some brief introduction about the whole use case, we'll talk about why network backups are hard, and then I will show you solution overview. There will be architecture overview as well, which will be more about what kind of collections we are using, modules, plugins, and how we are actually stitching everything together. Then we will talk about these core features, which covers idempotency in backup operations, then vendor neutral design, where you can automate backup and restore irrespective of the platforms which are supported for now. Then diff severity scoring, and that includes two methods here. One would be rule-based parsers we can write, and the other one is more on the side, which is more like a POC right now. We are exploring that is based on certain machine learning models. Then there is backup verification. So when it comes to backup and restore operations, we want to make sure that everything is verified. If it comes to restoring certain snapshots, we want to make sure that there is a mechanism to verify the integrity of those backup files. Then there is SCM integration. In this case, in this example, I will be using GitHub. So we'll go through that, and I hope there will be some time for Q&A as well, and then we'll see what will be the key takeaways out of it. Okay, so here is what we will cover today. One is we'll discuss what are the challenges with traditional backup approaches we have. Then I'll walk you through the solution architecture we are proposing here, and then some key features which I just mentioned about around the idempotency, diff severity, scorings. Based on that, you can trigger certain workflows as well. Then there is the verification for the backup integrity, and we are using SHA-256 algorithm for it. Then I'll try to give you a demo. I have it recorded because there are like at least 6 different sections of the demo. So I thought it's better to record those demos than to deal with the demo god here. So okay, so let's talk about the problem here. Why network backups are hard. I mean, some of you might not feel like those are hard, but yeah, these are the things or the feedback we have got so far from the customers or from the community as well. So challenge 1 is vendor lock-in. Every vendor is basically have their different method of backup operations. And when it comes to, let's say, Cisco iOS appliance, the command might be different compared to Juniper Juno's appliance as well. And then again, the default path where those backup files are getting pushed or for the restore operation are definitely going to be different. Even under Cisco, for XR and XOS and iOS, there is that difference. So, and again, each of these platforms, they come up with their own quirks as well. Some of you, or even I used to do it when I was developing some networking nodes, specifically in the 4G. We used to have different backup scripts or mechanism to deal with the different kind of platforms. Challenge number 2 would be false positives. Okay, so for these backups, there will be metadata. And for example, there will be some timestamps as well, comments as well, which most of the time are going to create noise in the version control system. So we want to also have an option where we can actually learn about that metadata, and instead of pushing backup every time, if the difference is not just in the metadata, we only want to push the backup, otherwise we can simply ignore that. Okay, so again, in terms of this particular SCM, which is GitHub, this might lead to commits or PRs with just the difference of having the metadata. So next, challenge number 3 would be no change prioritization. So most of the time, all of the changes are going to look same. You changing a description in an interface is going to be treated equally compared to someone simply crashing your BGP. I mean, the potential change which could cause that crash. So there is no way to know if a change is critical or low risk, right? So you have to be very careful around those changes. Challenge number 4 is backup integrity. Again, if we have pushed certain backup files as I would say a snapshot which is safe to restore later on, and somehow by mistake that gets corrupted or someone changed that backup file configuration, so that might lead to some discrepancies over there as well. So let's talk about solution overview here, and I'm going to mention certain core principles. One is idempotent, only backup when actual configuration changes occur. We talked about what we want to ignore in terms of some metadata there. Then comes the vendor neutral. I want to have one playbook which can take care of different platform as well. So instead of providing platform specific information in that playbook, it should take care of all that stuff under the hood. Again, vendor neutral is getting repeated here, so we can ignore that one. Then comes some sort of intelligence which needs to be there. It could be we trying to score the kind of differences we are seeing in terms of the configuration. We talked about it. It could be interface related changes where we are saying that okay, maybe it is not that important, and we can simply go ahead with pushing those backup files. Then secure, where we are ensuring the backup integrity. We will be using network backup collection, which is there, and again a bunch of other collections are going to be stitched together. We will go through that architecture as well. So, and again we are going to integrate everything with the GitHub here. So this is what high level view in terms of like understanding the architecture over here. So we have a backup collection, network backup. I'll be sharing the links at the end of the slide as well. And that collection basically has two roles. One is network backup and the other one is restore. So with network backup, a lot of things are happening underneath. One is like it is ensuring that it is platform neutral in terms of reading everything out of the inventory and then deciding, okay, what platform supports what kind of connection or what kind of commands needs to be run on those platforms. Then again, to have that logic of ensuring that we are not pushing backup when it's just a metadata change, we need to normalize the config we are comparing. So it could be a running config you are trying to retrieve and then push as a backup snapshot, or the existing one. So that will be there, which will be getting covered with that particular collection, and then there is a restore role as well. So that collection is capable of talking to GitHub, because underneath it uses another collection called Ansible.scn, which has that all the support where you can publish something on the GitHub and even retrieve it. So that is like on the other side, we can see that restore role is there, and in between we have a data store. You can have your local data store as well, where you can push everything and retrieve the backed up files from there. Okay, so this display what kind of modules we are trying to use here, or the collection. So we have network backup, where we have these roles we will be using. We have Ansible netcommon, where we have written modules CLI backup and CLI restore, which are, I think, so those are the modules which actually implement all that logic of getting connected to the device and ensuring that we are doing SCP or SFTP to the device, making sure that config file is sent to the device, and later on we can trigger the restore as well whenever it is required. Again, Ansible SCM getting used. In there specifically, git publish and git retrieve are those two modules which we are using in this particular solution. And then on the other side, you see we have different platforms which this collection is able to take care of. So you're going to write one playbook, and that's going to fetch the the running configuration, create a backup file, and push that onto the GitHub. Okay, so key feature at glance, we will be talking about it. So let's just go through it, and then we'll try to explore each of these separately. One is idempotent backup, vendor neutral, severity scoring algorithms we will be using. So basically to score the kind of differences we'll be able to find out, and that we will use two methods in it. I'll go through the slide itself. Am I audible or something just changed? Is it fine? Okay. And then Git integration, and this is something which is in POC, ML enhanced scoring, so we'll go through it as well. Okay, so idempotent backups, we talked about the problem here, and so what we are going to do is okay, so bunch of things are happening on this slide. One is like in terms of normalization examples, this is something which we are removing. So we are removing that timestamp, we are removing the comments as well, which are irrelevant if you want to only target the actual configuration changes. So with our solution, the most important thing is normalizing all that configuration, and based on that logic, we can skip the backup creation if it's just the metadata which is changing here. And that way we are avoiding simply, in our case, we are avoiding having GitHub commit history, all that noise over there. So, okay, vendor neutral design. So we talked about it. Each vendor has a different CLI command, different output formats, or different methods to perform the restore operations. So that is something getting taken care underneath, where based on what the operating system in the inventory, it is capable of triggering specific tasks which ensure that what modules needs to be called. So these are the platforms which are supported, and there is a more of a, I would say, pseudo file over here. So basically you can have same file which will work on all the platforms here. We will explore the actual playbooks in detail moving forward when I'll be showing the demo. Okay, diff severity scoring. So all configuration changes look the same. And if we talk about the problem, we had an example where we said, okay, BGP and change in description is basically getting treated same. So which might not be, shouldn't be the case every time. It might depend upon your particular use cases as well. So our solution here is to analyze all those configuration differences, use some parsers, identify what resource is getting changed. You can score it based on that, and you can then trigger specific workflows out of it. So here, for example, we said, okay, BGP changes, ACLs are going to be treated critical ones or will be having higher points in the hierarchy. And at last, we can compare the total amount here, and based on that, we can simply select the severity level or the score in this case. So this is a high level, I would say, flow diagram where we are changing something, then we are getting the diff, we are having parsers, and based on those parsers outcome, we basically generate a score, and that score you can use to trigger a certain workflow. So it could be, okay, if the score is maybe somewhere less than 10, that is like very low level, cosmetic changes are happening. In that case, we can simply go ahead and push the configuration, we can simply merge it or write it. So this one is rule based. I just mentioned it that we have written certain parsers where we are checking like what is getting changed, and based on that we are doing the providing the points to it. But the same thing can be done through some sort of model as well, and that for this example I have used RFC here, which is random forest, I'm forgetting the complete name, but yeah, so that model we have trained a bit, but the idea is to like anyone can use their own trained model, and they can simply point this solution in that direction, so that should be able to take care of rest of the things. So again, this is the flow here. We are going to get the differences, we are going to normalize the data, and then based on that model we will do the learnings of like what is the severity here, and then you can trigger your workflows based on that. And this is backup verification part, where let's say if someone have stored backup files and somehow by mistake something changed in those files, right? So we need to have a way to find out whether it is the right file which we should be restoring our configuration to. So in that case we will be using hashing, where we'll be comparing the hash value every time we'll be performing the restore operation. So the flow for this would be, whenever you'll be creating a backup, it will run the hashing algorithm, it will generate the hash, and then it will add that extra file of like where you will be having that hashing value in the data store, so that later on you can again compare the hash and go ahead with the restore operation. And all of this is like optional, where you can select whether you want to generate the hash or not. SCM integration, we are using an Ansible SCM collection to basically talk to SCM. In this case would be GitHub. You can run the whole workflow with your own like local file system as well. Okay, I think I should simply start with demo. We do have a bunch of those, so let me start it. So this is the file, and what we'll try to do here is try to get connect to a network device, fetch the running configuration, and then push the backup file to some GitHub repository. So this is the task here, where I'm saying that the type of backup is full. So in this case, it won't look for any differences. It will simply go ahead and push the configuration, and then enable hash is false here. It is not going to generate any hash in this case. We're going to have a separate demo for that. And here I'm providing some information like, okay, this is my GitHub username. I'm providing path to my key as well. You can use token. I mean, there are a bunch of options available in Ansible SCM collection. And then we will be simply running it, okay. So we see it is publishing, oh, sorry. Okay, so it simply went ahead. So this is where I created this PR, and let me go back a bit. Let me play. Okay. So this is a pull request which got created as the outcome, and this is the configuration for iOS appliance. If everything is fine, we can simply merge it. Okay, now that we have pushed a configuration, we will be running bunch of like other operations as well, which will have this particular outcome as a base. So let me go back to this folder. Okay, this is step 2. What we are trying to do here is, this time we are saying that the type is diff of this backup operation over here. So that means now it needs to compare the stored backup and whatever the running configuration it will be fetching. It needs to ignore the metadata, and if there is actual config diff, only then it needs to push that or create that PR. So in our case, there shouldn't be any difference because we haven't pushed any configuration yet. So it should be almost same except the metadata difference is there. Okay. So now I should be confirming whether a PR was created on the GitHub or not. So it wasn't, just like it was mentioned on the CLI output as well. Okay, now comes the step 3, and here we will try to change something on the device now, so that there will be actual configuration next time you will be running it. So this is the task I'm using, where I'm saying that this is the interface. It's one where I want to just change the description. For now I'm generating some random number so that demo can work. Like every time it will be generating some random number and ensuring that there is an actual change in the diff in the description. So let me run it. And this is the resource module we are using actually to push the configuration changes. Okay, this is the outcome of that resource module, where it is showing the after state, before state as well, and the commands we ran onto the device. So it is a detailed output. And now we need to run the step 4, which is again, we are running a backup operation with type diff, and we'll try to see whether it is capable of detecting the actual diff here or not. So again, it will fetch the configuration, normalize both the config files, remove the metadata, and then compare rest of the configuration, and based on that it will make a decision whether it needs to create a PR or not. Okay, this is something we can confirm. So this is the PR link URL, and then here we can see that this is the PR which got created with the differences. We changed the description, so that's why it is showing the change in there. Okay, so we are done till step 4. Okay, there is step 5, which is more about restore operation now. So now that we have changed something and we just went through the PR, we have identified, okay, something have changed. Now we need to restore what was the safe state. So that's why we'll be running the restore operation. So we are using network backup.restore operation here. Restore is again part of backup collection. The appliance DR variable here is it is optional by default. In task in the collection is capable of understanding which appliance is there and what default path is there. So here it is checking whether the file copy is possible or not, whether it has sufficient memory or not. So all those checks will be performed underneath. So here we were able to run it, and then we were able to restore to previous description value which was there. So this was the restore operation. And now we can move ahead with our rule-based diff severity scoring. So this is the task for it, where we are saying that, okay, enable severity scoring. We have set it as true, and we will be using a rule-based approach in this one. I have used verbosed output, so okay. Now it says that, okay, I have created a PR, go ahead and merge it, and then we can press enter and continue. So here is the file. We're going to merge it. So now we have a base config in our data store. Okay, now we can continue so that we can change something, and later on it will go ahead and compare the differences and generate some scoring out of it. So it is saying that, okay, change has applied. We changed something in the configuration, in the current configuration. So this is a change we just made, and now we can continue here. Okay, so this is the output we are getting, where it says that description changed and even total score, because there was the only difference which was there in the description of interface, so that's why it is saying that okay, description change, and even the level is low for it, and you can have your own logic of like what action needs to be performed here, so that you can actually manipulate or change based on your need, which will be the outcome of this particular task. And this is the PR it pushed. So that was running rule-based diff severity scoring. Now we'll be using some model to do this instead of rules. And for that we need to provide the model path, and we need to provide the value for enable ML scoring as well. I have also set the hashing to true here as well, so it will generate one extra file in this case. Again, setting a base config. Okay, so this is the file it generated here. And now we have a base config with which we can compare our rest of the operations. So we just applied the same change what we did for rule-based comparison as well. And again, it is very similar to what we did with the previous method. It is able to identify what was the change and then total changes. And then again, severity level is low in this case based on our logic of comparing that total count. Okay, so that is done. We can move ahead with a demo of hash verification. So again, this is something I'm just showing that okay, it created this PR with the changes. I'm going to merge this one, and I use the same base config in the hashing one as well. So for hashing, we have this verify backup hash that needs to be set to true. So in that case, whenever it will be fetching the backed up file, it will go ahead and generate the hash and then compare those hash values. So what I'm doing here is changing something in the file, so it should be able to identify this change and fail whole restore operation. So here it says that okay, something backup file integrity check failed, so something needs to be looked into. And last but not least, we talked about being vendor neutral, right? So, okay, let me maximize this one. So this is the task where I'm saying that, okay, I want to target all the hosts which are there in the inventory. So it doesn't know, or it doesn't care about what particular platform we are dealing with. So this is the task where I'm saying that I want to create a full type of backup. Hash file is false here, so it won't generate the hash. And now underneath it is trying to get connected to each appliance, fetch the configuration, and then generate the files and push those onto the SCM storage here. So in this PR we should be able to see 3 files because I had 3 devices in my inventory. So one was XR, one was iOS, and one was NXOS. Okay, so if everything is fine, we can go ahead, we can merge it or write it to whatever data store we have. And now coming back to rest of our slides, so that would be some of the key takeaways. What we did through demo was like we ensured that backups are idempotent when it comes to backup type operation with diff. Being vendor neutral, where one playbook worked on all the platforms. Diff severity scoring, we explored like 2 options here. One was where we had parsers written for it, and other one was through a model. Then hash verification, we wanted to ensure that backup operation is integral here. And then Git integration part, and then we explore the ML enhancement option as well, which is kind of in POC. Except this one, rest of the things are something which we are using. So okay, what's next? So these are the resources. If you want, you can explore. This is everything is on there on the GitHub. There is this feature branch, and then for SCM integration, the collection we are using. And then there are playbooks as well, which are pretty generic. So if you might be using it and facing any issues, please let me know, or maybe just create an issue against those playbooks as well, so I can help there. So yeah, that's pretty much. Any suggestion, questions, or doubts? Anyone?
I have a question.
Okay.
So, is it possible? You showed obviously GitHub as the SCM for storing like the switch config.
Yeah.
Have you tested, or is it? You mentioned, is it possible to use like other SCM like GitLab or?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can use GitLab. For sure, that will work. Yeah, and a bunch of other are something which are kind of in as a feature idea which is there. So the plan is to include those as well.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Feel free to reach out.
it'll be green. Okay. Audio is on the recording, so you can start when you want to.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. No, I still have 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes? Oh, one more.
One, probably.
One and a little bit.
Yeah.
Like 1 minute 30.
I'll check the other one.
Okay, cool. Thanks for coming. It's good to have you guys. Yeah. So, she's worth waiting, you know.
All right, that's 4 o'clock. So, afternoon, everyone. So this is Don. He's going to be talking. He's on the Ansible community and partner engineering team at Red Hat. His talk today is going to be how the team opened up Ansible documentation infrastructure to the community. So, over to you, Don.
Thanks. And with that, I'll just skip to the next slide. And I'm giving this talk, but I want to give credit where it's due. It's the work of several people. You know, open source is really profound, and that we get to collaborate with people over time and distance, and there are really like a lot of people that were involved in this. So, you know, these are kind of the main ones that came to mind when I was looking back and thinking about who all was involved, but probably going back into the history of Ansible documentation, there are quite a few more. So I'm just going to start. This is going to be kind of a rambling talk. I've got like over 60 slides. I know we've got 50 minutes, and I didn't prepare any speakers notes. It's just, we're going to go through stuff. So I might ramble. If you have questions along the way, that's cool. Shout out. So let's go. So I joined the Ansible team in May 2022, and back then, this is a snapshot from the web archives, and you can see that there were 3 separate kind of like cards as the entry points on like docs.ansible.com. I was actually going to leave Red Hat at the time and just go to this like startup. Like I had friends and we were kind of talking about stuff and like, hey, you know, we're putting the band back together. Come join us. I was like, yeah. And then I realized I didn't want to leave Red Hat because, you know, great people, and it had taken me years to get in there, and the opportunity to join Ansible came up, and I started, like I guess most people, looking at the docs and trying to figure things out. I'm like, what is Ansible? And when I went to docs.ansible.com, I saw these 3 cards, and I didn't know the difference between those 3, and I didn't know like what Ansible core meant. I didn't know like what, like I was aware that Red Hat had like a downstream thing, so I didn't really know. And this was the first thing that struck me, that you have this like, it just creates a barrier to entry when you have these things kind of mixed up, right? And like, I think these entry points make sense to people like internally at Red Hat, but to the community, it just creates friction and it creates a barrier. And that was one of the things we wanted to break down. We also had lots of fragmentation. There were doc sites all over the place. All the projects like Lint, Galaxy. There were some markdown files in the AWX repo that were just kind of like developer level things, and you know, trying to piece it all together. And you know, different read the docs projects that were all in different namespaces, and they all had different looks and feels, so you couldn't like really trust the content, I suppose. It's like, is this a Red Hat managed thing? Because you start looking at it, you'd find like mirrors of like docs.ansible.com, and you can't like, you know, you don't know what to trust. You don't know if this is an official kind of project thing, or, you know, you just have to like navigate all that fragmentation yourself, which is not an ideal experience. And when we started getting into the actual doc builds, back when we started with this as well, everything was in the Ansible repo and GitHub. And of course, like Ansible, like, you know, running on all the different like platforms and systems, or like a load of tests that ran in like Azure pipelines. So if you made like a small change that was just like, you know, just a change to a text file, an RST, it had to pass that matrix of all those like different Python versions, different OSs and like distros, and just a lot of overkill. And it was unnecessary. It was also like really wasteful because, you know, Azure pipelines aren't cheap, and, you know, it takes resources to run those things, and like, you know, checking how some straight up like plain text runs on like free BSD is unnecessary. But that also meant, you know, the core CI and some of the community doc initiatives, just, we're all pulling in the same direction, but things just kind of bump into each other. And that was one of the problems we had with a lot of the docs. Like, we wanted to do like Hacktoberfest, because, you know, in the community, documentation updates and documentation contributions are a great way to attract people. And, you know, a lot of people will make their first contribution to Ansible to the documentation. You know, they might notice a typo or just something that's not quite right, so they'll fix it. But then it, you know, will sit there, and, you know, you've got to like, things will, you know, you have to like, someone needs to go in and kind of kick CI off sometimes, and, you know, it's just really inefficient, and created some conflict. There was also a lot of manual work going on, like for all the backports. So, you know, work would get committed to Devil, and then you'd want it backported to the respective branches where it had applied, and that was a manual process. Sandra from the team would just go through and just create these backportapalooza PRs, just with everything cherry picked, and then again running on AZP, and, you know, it just also open to human error. And then finally, and last but not least, the main thing we really wanted to solve was making sure that community maintainers who contributed so much time and knowledge and skill to Ansible and Ansible documentation, they get locked out of the full release process. So, you know, the Ansible community package docs would get built in the core docs repo, but they wouldn't have access to it. They couldn't do the publishing. It would take a Red Hatter to go in and do all that on their behalf. So you would have the, you know, we had efforts with Anrisha from our team as well, helping to go from just like documented processes to automation. And we wanted to get the documentation build and release included in that as well. So those were all the things that we were trying to address with this initiative. And we'll get into lots of twists and turns, but one of the main challenges that we faced was a really chunky Sphinx build. Who builds docs with Sphinx here from RSD? You tried, yeah. Yeah, it can be, the Sphinx is great, but one of the things that you get with a Sphinx build is they're the inter-Sphinx links. So Sphinx will, you know, you can reference different parts of the documentation, RST files, kind of by a tag, and Sphinx will go through and resolve all those and like build like an in-memory representation of all that. So when you start getting into Ansible and all the collections, and, you know, collections will link to core docs and like back and forth. It was a lot. We'll explain a bit more, but I mean, we tried profiling it, and it was kind of one of those things where it is what it is. You know, it's been like a lot of time like just banging against compiled regex, and it was just a beast of a build. And so the Red Hat managed infrastructure that we had kind of looked like this. So there was the build job that was in Jenkins, and that would build all the RST, do the Sphinx build, and then it would rsync the HTML over to a staging site that was like internal, and it would go out to a couple of hosts that were behind the Cloudflare load balancer. So that was the setup, and that's what that was the info behind docs.ansible.com. And of course, it all being Red Hat managed had that problem of being behind the firewall, so only Red Hatters could get access to those Jenkins build. But that also meant that, like, if you wanted, you couldn't see the logs of the Sphinx build. So, you know, Felix, for example, one of the community contributors, he does a lot of work on Ansible tooling that actually enables the builds and does a, you know, but he couldn't see what was happening on the covers because just no access to the log. So even that was hidden, and being able to optimize that, you know, was hidden from the community. So yeah, the docs builds were going Jenkins pretty straightforward. You just had, you know, the parameters that you could. Where's my laser pointer? Okay, there it is. Can you guys see that? Okay. So yeah, you know, you could build it to production, or we had a test site that you could, you know, build experimental builds to, you know, you just tell it the fork, the branch, and the language, and the version, and, you know, off you'd go. And it was a real chunk, like I said. Every time we tried to build it, you know, I started by like, so how can we build this thing in the open? And looking at different options. And, you know, we had talked about read the docs, but, you know, initially it was, you know, I think these are still the resources you get, but 7 gig of memory was not cutting it. You know, I needed at least twice that. Huge amount of RAM, you know, it just, again, impossible. And like, you know, we tried it on just the default GitHub runners. For a while, we thought about like doing a custom runner on GitHub, but it was, you have to install this client, and then you had to disable like some crypto algorithms because it wasn't playing nicely. It was just wasn't confident about doing that, and then, you know, that would also run into other costs. And at the time, I remember we got in this conversation with Read the Docs about going from community builds into the business plan. And we were kind of having a conversation like, hey, we got this Sphinx build, and talking about like how much RAM we would need, and, you know, can you give us this and that, and, you know, the number of concurrent builds. And they came back with pricing, which, you know, we love Read the Docs, you know, make this stuff happen, but I think it was like around $3,000 a month, which, you know, you have to balance things, right? You know, you get a budget, and I think my manager at the time was just like, yeah, I don't know. That's going to come at the cost of a lot of other stuff. So it was a real pickle. So we almost like kind of gave up on it, but we got there in the end, and this is the story of how. So yeah, we had that chunky build. I wish I'd included more cat slides in this too. Just I had the chunky cat there. So the first real part of this was, how are we going to, if we want to do these builds and we're in the core repo and Ansible, and we're kind of butting into like core CI, you know, what are we going to do? How can we fix this? Like, so there's this whole conversation, and what we came up with was the docs lift and shift. And it wasn't like, there were some other benefits to it, but I think it was primarily around like positioning things so that we could move forward with the initiative to start doing public community builds of the docs. So the lift and shift, it was a couple of years ago, like my sense of time has gone since COVID, but we basically moved everything, just the doc site, from Ansible into a new repo, Ansible documentation. And to do that, there were still some dependencies between the two. You couldn't just, throw everything over. So the core team helped us out with the ability to, there's a clone core script that's in the repo you can check out. I put all the links at the bottom, and these will be distributed if you want to see this stuff. But basically, there's a Python script that graphs the necessary bits of the Ansible core repo into the Ansible docs. So when you do the build, those dependencies will be resolved and it'll work. And with that, we were off to the races. And one of the first things we needed to do, and it was one of the most painful experiences I've had as a professional, was trying to figure out like all these like dependencies. So when we moved everything over, we had 2 different sets of requirements files. The first one was in test, and that was kind of the official, that was what was used for the build. And if you look, you can see it was a really old Sphinx version, right? It's like 5.3. And we're kind of stuck with that. And it was like really hard to experiment with that and find a way to, we wanted to upgrade the Sphinx version to take advantage of like some of the performance improvements and like newer like bells and whistles that would come with Sphinx, and not be stuck with an ancient version. But we basically had those requirements. There weren't very many comments, and we weren't sure what some of them were doing. And we weren't sure why, there were some pins in there that we weren't sure, like, what was going on with that, how that pin came to be, and it was just kind of lost to history. And then we had a second set of requirements that was in the doc site path that were all things that I think like Felix and different people in the community would use when they were trying to do like local builds and doing experimentation. But a lot of it was also just people couldn't explain why some of those packages were in there. So we had to like our first step to, create, I guess, order out of chaos was to take on these dependencies. So what we wanted to do was, first and foremost, make sure that like we wouldn't break the builds and keep things stable, so we keep doing updates. We also wanted to make sure that we could create tested and relaxed dependencies. So like tested would be the ones we would use for like production builds, but we would have relaxed ones in case someone from the community wanted to play around and like add a new package or like change a pin somewhere. And do some experimenting. We also didn't want to force anyone to installing pin dependencies, just because you should have the freedom, and you should have a choice on like what you install in your environment. So we wanted to keep that, and we also wanted to make sure that like we could bump all the package versions automatically. A lot of it is because it's kind of a headache to like have to like bump package versions like manually, and like require like maintainers doing that frequently, and it's prone to human error. But we also wanted to make sure that we could bump packages kind of almost in like an atomic way, so like quite frequently. So if there are like transitive dependencies that get updated and like the build breaks, you can go back and easily kind of figure out like what was breaking where. And what we came up with were a set of different, there were constraints files that like we used to create different requirements files. So there's a base set of constraints for like all our known limitations for the transitive dependencies, and then like a base set of dependencies like Sphinx. And then we had another set of constraints for direct dependencies, and then we had a requirements file, and we used pip compile to create the full like to compile a requirements.txt file that like had all the packages of all the direct and transitive dependencies and like their versions, and there was a script to update that. We added some tooling later on that I'll show. But then when we had that, we were also talking about like how can we automate our testing for the docs, because we wanted to get like good CI going. So we settled on Nox in the end. There was maybe a little bit of a debate between Tox versus Nox, but we went with Nox because it's really flexible. It's a Python file, so like the standard library is right there. And this is, we didn't get all these like straight away. This is, I took a screenshot of what we have now. And you can see the ones with the stars, there's a linter, and then there's a session to clone the core repo in and like graph that on top and get those dependencies. And there some different checkers. There's one to check the docs build. There's a RST YAML lint that kind of does what it says, and then an RST check. And then a make session that generates the HTML. And then there are a bunch of other additional sessions that we run in CI, like the spell check. It was really nice, and we started adding into our CI and getting PR builds for the docs with good old read the docs, and that really set us on a path to have like much higher quality in both our builds and the content, and of course like really convenient for contributors to be able to like preview their builds. We also added some documentation bots. It's just it's a GitHub app, so it's basically like a token with like kind of elevated privileges, because the basic GitHub token isn't doesn't have enough permissions to kind of do some of the things we wanted, like automating contributor messages. So a new contributor to the documentation gets a welcome message. Of course, the human response is better, but it's not great to put all this effort into like fixing something in a repo and you open a PR and it just sits there, right? So an automated response, at least you get a direct, immediate sort of, hey, welcome, and a pointer to, where some of the docs people hang out. And there's also another notification that, like, if you leave an empty description, the bot will kind of nag you to tell us what your PR is about and describe your changes. And we also added patchback, which will allow us to get away from doing those manual backports that were kind of crazy and like really error prone. So now it's just a matter of adding some labels to your PR, and the patchback will come along and just automatically, create a branch, cherry pick, and then open a PR, and that makes the backports really easy. And it's also nice because like those backport-a-palooza PRs where like everything would kind of get squashed in together, and that meant it was hard to go back and see the get history and the other branches, and like just you have a bunch of like unrelated changes like squashed in. So that was a great change. So an open source surprise. I'm not really sure why I put that transition slide in there, but we'll just move on. So we'll get to that, but I don't know. So one of the first things that like I started doing, and like Nitz Mahone is back there and probably might remember this, working on the Ansible SDK, I was kind of like interested in just doing like a proof of concept, because we were kind of like, how can we get like how can we solve that problem of all that fragmentation? and just get things under docs.ansible.com. And that's kind of what we wanted to do. So, and we had that like chunky Sphinx build, just kind of playing around with it. And, why don't we just add like a GitHub workflow that will like sync the docs over onto our host, and then, we'll go out to like those the different hosts and like, whatever. But as you can see, there's like, to do that, I added some secrets. There's an SSH key for, and then the host name, and then it would just like rsync to the good old like HTTP, directory. But yeah, adding those secrets and a repo, it's, if we were going to do that and like do it over like several other repos, it just really kind of increases the attack surface, and just like putting SSH keys in repos, maybe not the best move. But not only that, like, have we done something like this? One of the great things about Read the Docs is, they provide like all those features for you, like the pre-R previews, and there's cross-project search, and a lot of like really nice bells and whistles. That if we want those things, like the choice is like move to Read the Docs, or do that yourself and like build your own. So I don't know. I just want to move to Read the Docs and not have to build our own stuff. So that was abandoned. But there was another point where we got the Ansible namespace on Read the Docs, and I was kind of worried that like, we wouldn't be able to get those Sphinx builds working. So for the that chunky Sphinx build. Sorry, I'm kind of like head cold and rambling a little bit. So we did actually found out, like I did get in touch with like the Read the Docs support guys. I was like, hey, do you know who actually has has the Ansible namespace? Because it was just like somebody claimed it, and we wanted to put like everything under there, because in Read the Docs you can add things as sub projects. So I think we've lost.
It's the heating of the.
It's the heating of the. Can you guys see at the back?
We lost it here too.
Lost it there too?
We lost everything.
Oh, yeah.
No, you just have to wait for 2 minutes before we can turn it back on.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll still, like, so we had that Ansible namespace that was in Read the Docs, and we knew somebody had it, but we didn't know who, and I was kind of asking around, so I just got in touch with, like, the Read the Docs support team. It's like, hey, can you tell me, just give me the GitHub username of whoever has this namespace, because we want to organize things. We want to have that top-level namespace and Read the Docs. We're back. It's back. Well.
It'll take some time.
Yeah. Anyway, the Read the Docs support guys were really cool, and they were like, yeah, it's actually Matt Jones, who is like, that fan's not a good sign. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, we'll keep going. Maybe it'll write itself in a minute. But anyway, so we found out, yeah, it's like Matt Jones. He's, he's a cool guy. He'll let us like get control of that Ansible namespace. And then so like we started organizing all the projects under the Ansible namespace as sub-projects. Yay, we're back. It's a little bit.
Yeah, it'll get there.
Okay, it'll get there. But yeah, so we created the Ansible ecosystem kind of dot page as a starting point, and having at least all the projects as sub-projects under the Ansible namespace meant we could get rid of that fragmentation. And we also started standardizing on the different themes. If you were Sphinx build, you'd use the Ansible Sphinx theme, or if you were Markdown, like most of the dev tools, you'd use the Markdown project that's based on MKDocs, and that gave us nice consistency in the look and feel, and then at least it got us kind of part of the way to where we wanted to be, where you could trust that the content was like an Ansible project, and start finding things more easily. But we still weren't there with the the community builds. But then we started getting back in about September 11th, 2023. I proposed that we start getting the core docs into the Ansible ecosystem and building there. And we wanted to keep them on docs.ansible.com as well, because I guess that's the official marker that those are the core docs. So there was a lot of community conversation along the way, but we just started out proposing that we were going to do an evaluation. So we added a read the docs config to the Devil branch, and that meant we could start doing PR preview builds and working away there. So this was the open source surprise I was going to say, talk about. In 2024, GitHub doubled the power for open source projects, and that just meant that we wouldn't need to do our own custom runner, and it gave us a way to solve the problem, and gave us a path forward to be able to build that, do that chunky Sphinx build somewhere other than Jenkins. So we started hacking on that. And the first thing I did was I created just the first workflow, and just really basically, we wanted to know, we wanted to do a workflow dispatch so you could trigger it manually. And then we just added several inputs. So, you would go into the Actions tab, and, the same thing like the Jenkins job. You would give it the, the name of the repo or the account, the branch tag, and then the version that you wanted to build. And, of course, you need to, what were you going to do? What kind of artifact were we going to produce? And it just seemed it's going to be HTML, but what are we going to do with that? So we created a tarball because that just seemed like the most logical thing to do. But then we added in the run ID and the run number and some details. So that tarball, the name of it would be meaningful, and we could know which run it came from. And it would just give us a way to go back and track things down if we needed to. I forgot to say that the docs were built using the Sphinx build was called by make, and there were different targets in there because the core docs and the community package docs were built from the same source. So there's a make file that we're still kind of wrangling with, but that was the command. So it was pretty straightforward, and it worked, and it was great. That yay, we actually were able to build this thing in the open, and Felix can see the logs from everything that was happening, and just got a lot more visibility. But then we needed to decide how are we going to deploy this, because it's you got a tarball as an output and a GitHub action somewhere, that's great, but that doesn't get you to read the docs. So we decided to do the build and GitHub Actions, and then we would just transfer over to two different different branches of a repo that we decided to put in the Ansible community org, and it's just package docs build. So we had one that would go to read the docs, which we called production, and then we decided to use GitHub Pages to give us a test build. So, we wanted to be able to reproduce everything that we had from the Jenkins build, and one of those were test builds. So if you want to, just play around and evaluate some changes and see how it builds, that would give us a way to do it. So that's kind of the design that we went with. And so to do that, we created a separate deploy job. And just, so what we would do, you'd see it like, it needs the package build docs. And then, sorry. Yay, my clicker dropped. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I'm a bit of a mess right now, that's fine. Get some water. Okay. So I'm not going to show you the full YAML here because that's kind of a bore, right? I'm just going to try and explain the main bits. Yeah, we had run to production, and there was the branch name and then the URL that it would go to, and that was used later on when you ran. You could actually see just the direct link from the summary page. And then, of course, our GitHub, our GitHub pages URL. And then at the top, you'll see, and this is going to be important later on, so I kind of want to get my clicker. That's not mine. I have to put the batteries back in, because of course that's going to happen. Hey, Andre. Cat-like reflexes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let me go back. Yeah, so this, with the different inputs, this one would get the JSON, the GitHub action would produce a JSON. Did you flash time? Oh, okay. I thought I saw a hand go up and I wanted to pay attention.
14 minutes.
14 minutes? Ooh, I better hurry. Okay, so anyway, there's that JSON bit because it needed the deploy input. It was a Boolean, and that if statement would kind of parse through the JSON and find if find the value for the Boolean, and if true, then it would run that step. To get it to deploy and to actually work, because we were going from one repo to another, I created a series. It's just SSH key. The private portion is as a secret. And initially we started with some deployment protection rules because we wanted to have a human in the loop to look at the builds and just kind of check everything out, and at least at first when we were evaluating this and how it worked. So we added some reviewers. So if that deploy job was triggered, it would stop and it would ping those of us on that team. Someone would have to go in and take a look and say, yeah, this is fine, go ahead and deploy. So the private portion of the key was an environment secret. And then the target repo, we added a deploy key, which is just the public portion of the key. And that means when the job would run and actually deploy and commit to the other repo, you would see it as the GitHub action spot. And that's how we set that up. Yeah, and we added the deployment environment inputs, whether test or production, and that gave us a way to deploy to our repo, and then the GitHub, the read the docs config was in there, and it just did a simple copy paste. It was nothing that fancy. It would actually unpack the tarball and just copy all the HTML over. We thought about actually going through the GitHub API and pulling over the tarball and then unpacking it, but I don't know, it seemed a little more complicated, and it's really nice when you when you update, you can go, when there's a new build, you can actually, you get the get diff there, and you can compare the HTML files. 10 minutes, so I better crack on. We also wanted to notify on build failures, so I added another step in the workflow that, if it failed, then it would just send a message and tag myself and Sandra in the matrix room where we all hang out, which is, the docs matrix room and Ansible IM. And, it's really straightforward, just curl command basically. And another thing that Sandra pointed out that we wanted to add was we wanted to log the inputs. So when it came time for someone wanted to do a review, and you get a notification that there's a deployment and you want to go review, you don't have to go back and look at the workflow file and check the logs and try and find out all the details. So we just echoed out those details and printed them to the summary page of the run. So you'd be able to see it's pushing to production or test, the version, the owner, and the branch. So they give you all the details about the deployment there, which was really handy. So then from there, we had a workflow that allowed us to build that chunky Sphinx build in the open and deploy it to read the docs. What we wanted to do, we're set up nightly, so there wasn't always, the need to approve everything, just have automatic builds like we had in Jenkins, because we wanted to reproduce all that. So at first, a lot of this involved me just pushing to my fork and trying to bang my head against GitHub Actions and just figure out what was, why doesn't this work? And you think you set up nightlies, yeah, it's just the cron, right? But, if there aren't the, default, if a human's not providing inputs, then, you're going to be missing parameters, and we ran into that error. So a contributor came along and was really interested in this whole effort and added some sensible defaults. And then something else we found while trying to set up nightlies is we had that Boolean to deploy. And if it was run automatically, it actually changed that JSON structure that was, there was that if condition for the deploy step. And because the JSON had changed, there was no, it would break the build. So we added a check deploy step then to remove that if condition. And the condition then just became, if it's manually triggered and someone adds to, wants to deploy it there and that value is true, then go ahead. And then we added that as a dependency for the deploy package docs. And then we got nightlies. So then we started looking at automatically deploying builds. I'll skip past that because it's just me talking about stuff. What we did, so in the end, we just broke everything into reusable workflows for good structure. And so now we've got, we decided we wanted to build Devil every night. So that runs automatically, and we wanted to build the latest docs less frequently, but once a week. And then we still wanted to have a manual trigger. So those are the three workflows that call the reusable build docs. And it's just, the jobs are like this. So, you call the reusable build docs, and then you can pass in the inputs, and same thing with the deploy package docs. So it's very neatly structured, and I think everything makes a lot more sense Okay. So, and at that point we had like our workflows for building the docs. Along the way, we still needed to decouple that downstream content from the community content that was on docs.ansible.com. And that was there kind of like for historical reasons. And a lot of those historical reasons were just kind of about like the redhat.com tool chain. So the controller, which was the downstream AWX, was all sourced in RST, and there was a Sphinx build, and that went out to docs.ansible.com. But for like other product docs for Red Hat, it was all like sourced in ASCII doc, and then goes to redhat.com. So we had these two like separate publishing workflows that we had to figure out. So I proposed then that we would open source the Sphinx build onto the AWX repo because for AWX, all the community documentation were just those markdown files that nobody was maintaining and that were more developer focused. So that was our first step, was just shifting all that kind of more upstream. But there was still the need to get those controller docs downstream. And I wanted to bring the workflows together, and for the sake of time, I'm going to skip over. What I wound up doing was writing a big playbook to do the conversion, and it was just like, this is kind of the heart of it, right? And it's not it'd probably be better as like a bash script because, there's no idempotency, and I don't know if it really makes that much sense as a playbook, but it ran, and like, we wanted to stick it in a GitHub workflow so somebody could just come along and like, trigger and then like get the, again, it would spit out like all the ASCII doc that had been converted from RST. And this is pretty much how we did it. And actually that command was like, we used pandoc to do it. And I don't know, it's just, this is why I love the Linux command line. Just, it's such a natural, like easy kind of command. While reading the file, do this. And then you're done. So yeah, I wanted to talk more about it, but we'll skip on. So we also had to get a replacement subdomain for the product documentation because we're going to move like all the community docs to docs.ansible.com. But there were still like a lot of the controller docs that were on docs.ansible.com needed to stay up because they were supported, and people would depend on them. And there were like tower docs that went back for ages, that were ancient. So we set up a legacy controller docs path on the web server, and actually got some great community feedback. We put this in the forum and we're like, hey, this is what we're planning to do. We've announced it, and one of our contributors there, Todd, gave us some comments. It's like, hey, you've actually got like some deprecated like HTTPD parameters in here. You should fix that. Yeah, we should, but that's the great thing about community, like super sharp people out there. So then we had to synchronize the release names. I was going to say a lot more about this, but basically the first time, this was kind of the first run, and like, it was just like, and like a big groovy script because it was in Jenkins. And the first time I ran it, I was like, the job went from like a few seconds, because it's just an rsync run, to being like several minutes. I was like, that's not right. So I actually just like went into my temp directory and tried to figure out the logic. Oh yeah, it's in a for loop, so it's just doing things like an excessive amount of time. So then, fixed that, and we were good to go. Getting the, there's more to say about that, but basically we set up a new subdomain for the controller docs. Then we had all the redirects. I mean, like over 10,000. Like I came here to chew bubblegum and redirect web pages, and I'm all out of bubblegum. And there were a lot. There were like redirects going back years before the split to collections. And you know, you had like modules that would point you to the different collection, to the respective module in the collection. And we had like a bunch of redirects in another file that was for like restructuring. And so, you know, a lot of those were, yeah, broken. It was a big mess, and we needed a way to fix that. So what we did for like the pre-collection pages is we just like consolidated them down, and if it's just like anything that like matches this pattern, we're just going to send them to a collections.html page. And you know, you'll just have to, you know, we gave some good pointers, but it just meant that like we could collapse down like, you know, 10,000 plus rules into 3, which meant that we'd be able to reproduce that on Read the Docs, which we did. So when we migrated redirects to Read the Docs, we had the top level project where we had some of those module redirects, and then within the sub-project as well. I better skip on for the sake of time. We also added a TOML file and used a Sphinx extension to be able to generate redirects in that way. And it would make it really easy for contributors who wanted to restructure documentation pages to just add the redirect there, and it would generate stub files. And we used we just used like a Sphinx tag to do that conditionally. So you would only do it if like you we added another input. So if you want to generate the page redirects, then you know you have to tell it to do that. And that would keep it from cluttering people's file systems, from doing a build and having all those redirect stubs created. And it would also keep them out of the core docs build, because those were coming from the same, still generated from the same make file, but the redirects were unneeded there. I also wrote some Python so we could test the URL redirect pages and make sure that like everything was working as expected, and it would just give you, you know, the paths, and then, you know, the redirect target, and most importantly, the status. And then we flipped the switch. We had, I built a community website, but there's a whole other story around that, but we repurposed it for the docs, and there we go. So now when you go to docs.ansible.com, you can find all the community content in one place. It's organized by different personas and user stories to help you just more easily get to the content that you're looking for. It was a great community effort. Thanks for coming to the talk.
If you have any questions for Don, I'm sure he'll be outside. screen. Just say start mirroring.
Yep.
Yep, it's just, there we go.
Hello everyone, you can all hear me? You can give a thumbs up. Okay, great. Louder or it's fine? It's fine? Okay, thank you.
I'll just introduce you as well.
Yeah, sure.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started. This is Shikachi. I'm a software engineer on the Ansible DevTools team. Just going to be talking about writing, running, and testing Ansible content with natural language AI powered by MCP servers, the DevTools MCP server. So over to you, Shikachi.
Hello everyone, so I'm Shatakshi, I'm part of Ansible DevTools team. So today I'll be giving a talk on integration of MCP server that we did in the Ansible VS Code extension. So before starting or jumping straight into it, just want a quick question. Have you can you tell me how have you ever started your Ansible development and you are working on VS Code extension and you have multiple terminals open, some for browsing the docs, some for running maybe Ansible lint or debugging playbook, another for debugging playbook. So yeah, multiple terminals open, multiple browsing for docs. You have docs open. So has anyone encountered the situation multiple things open at the same time? Okay, lots of hand raised, so that's good. It's not. It's less about the complexity of Ansible and more about how our tool talks to each other and how less they are actually sharing context. So just to solve this problem, we are integrating the MCP server in the extension. So first, I will quickly jump into just looking at the problem first, why we really need this. So there is a lot of back and forth that happens when you are working simultaneously on different tools. You are linting your playbook, you are using Ansible lint, and then you are running your playbook, and then after that you are debugging that. So there are multiple workflows that are happening in parallel, but they're not really aware of each other. So they're not really talking to each other. There is a continuous, there's a cycle of from editor to terminal to browser to docs and then back again to the editor. And so this takes away a lot of time and energy. And then next problem is environment related failures we are catching the environment related failures after a lot of time. So we are discovering that very late basically, and information getting lost from the start to the end. So while you're starting the authoring of content and then you are validating and then you are executing and then you are going back and forth on it. So there is a lot of information lost in between. So yes, it looks something like this. You are confused. There is a lot of tools and it's okay, which tool is doing what? It's exactly not putting in this picture. So yeah, basically, so a lot of it's not about every tool. It's working correctly on its own, but none of them share what they already know. So Ansible lint, you did run Ansible lint and it's correctly reporting the issues, but it does not has any runtime context. Similarly for Ansible Navigator, you ran a playbook using Ansible Navigator, but it is debugging your playbook, but it does not has the actual context of your author while you were authoring and validating the playbook. So yeah, there is this mismatch. So lint findings, playbook lines, and execution failures, they are just trying to correlate to each other, but they are not really able to do so. So what if this context wasn't really lost and there was some way to connect these dots together? So with the help of model context protocol server, MCP server, what we are trying to do is It enables the AI model to interact with external tools through a unified interface, which is the VS Code extension, and it enables multiple Ansible developer tools to cooperate on the same shared context. VS Code enables us to create like servers that provides multiple tools, so you can create a tool for your own use case, multiple prompts, multiple resources within a single MCP server, and you can extend the capabilities of AI agent inside your VS Code. So going ahead, where exactly all this is happening, so we have an Ansible VS Code extension, which is an extension for Ansible inside VS Code. So it's a graphical user interface for our Ansible dev tools. It looks something like this. There are a lot of guides and web views. So from this guide, it will take you to a lot of pages, like a lot of web views which are directly related to Ansible dev tools. Like you can see collection project, execution environment project, playbook project, and a lot of them basically which are integrated as part of dev tools. So, and VS Code extension, it comes with a lot of features like syntax highlighting, linting, intelligent code completion, extensive support for a lot of configuration, basically settings that you would need to add in for your like user related setting or your own workspace related setting. You can configure that inside VS Code extension settings. So there is an extensive support for that. Then it also supports containerized execution environment. So you can, inside the setting, you can like basically specify your custom execution environment. So that will, with the help of that, you can run your automation using that execution environment image. And yeah, a lot of web views, a lot of guides that will like help you to navigate through all the features of Ansible dev tools. The goal here was to curate like all-in-one Ansible goodie MCP server that contains all the goodness of Ansible developer tools. So it really helps in streamlining your workflows from creation to testing to debugging your automation, and then it also provides a very native VS Code experience, which is very helpful for beginners who are just getting started in their automation journey, and they're not really familiar with the jargons that we use. So they can use the natural language and like start on their automation journey and understand the workflow. Okay, so now how you can enable the MCP server, how you can register things in your workspace, how you can get started. So there are a couple of options you can do that. First option is using the VS Code command palette. So basically, so this is about registering your MCP server, and internally we are using, so there are a couple of ways to register an MCP server. We are using the programmatical way of registering, so you don't need to rely on any settings file like mcp.json setting file. You just need to, there are a couple of ways. So first way is using the command palette. You just need to trigger the command palette. Like if you are on, let's say, Mac OS, Command-Shift-P and Control-Shift-P for other platform, and you need to start like searching for Ansible development tools MCP server, and it will come up. And then you just need to click on it, and then once you click on it, that would register your MCP server. And now that the MCP server has been registered, then you need to start the server. So then again you need to go inside the command palette, and you need to find MCP list server. And in that list you will be able to see our Ansible DevTools MCP server. Then you need to go inside it and start the server. I'll show you how it actually looks in the demo a little later. So option 2 is via the Ansible extension settings. So as I mentioned, Ansible extension comes with like extensive settings options. So one of those is to enable MCP server. So in the settings from the settings window, you can go inside extension, MCP, Ansible MCP server, then just click the checkbox right next to enable the Ansible DevTools MCP server, then find and select the option for MCP. Yeah, it's very similar to the option that was mentioned, the first option basically. It's just that here you are going inside the Ansible extension setting and clicking that instead of command palette. So that's the second option to enable that. Third option is via using the getting started guide. So as I mentioned a little earlier, there are a lot of guides and web views that are available in the home page of Ansible extension. So there is an option using which you can directly click on getting started, and then it will lead you to register your MCP server on the back end. So it will register your server, and then again you need to list the servers from all the entire list of available MCP servers, and then you need to find the DevTools MCP server and just start the server. And once it is like everything is registered and enabled, started, then let's see what we can do after that. So closer look at the entire workflow. So I'll be quickly covering all the tools that we have integrated. So first I'll be covering the tools that are related to setting up your virtual environment. So first is ADE environment info. So this tool is actually responsible for inspecting your existing development environment. So with the help of this, you can get information about your Python version, your Ansible version, which you already have, and like whatever like Ansible collection you already have installed in your virtual environment. It will give you a comprehensive information about that. And then next is ADE setup environment, which actually helps in creating, if you want a fresh virtual environment to get set in your workspace, this tool will help you to set your virtual environment. So you just need to, like in the Copilot chat, you need to say, I need to create a virtual environment, a fresh virtual environment using any requirement that you might have, like Ansible version, Python version, that you might have been already having in your local, and then it will create a new virtual environment, suggest you the exact command that you need to hit in your terminal to source your virtual environment, and along with the Python packages, Ansible collection, and other details that you mentioned. So yeah, that's about the ADE setup environment tool. Next is list available tools. So this tool comes in very handy when you're just getting started and you're not really aware of what are all the tools. So this is like it will give you a quick summary of what are all the available tools and what tool is responsible for doing what. So yeah, just a nice summary of all the available tools. Then next is ADE check environment. So this is about checking and installing the Ansible Developer Tools Python package, which is a bundle that has all the Ansible development tools, Ansible Lint, Navigator, Creator, Molecule, all the Ansible development tools. So you don't need to manually install all the Python packages. You just need to install Ansible DevTools and you would be good to go. So this tool does that. If you already have Ansible DevTools installed, it's good, but if you don't have, then it will go ahead and install the Ansible DevTools ADT in your virtual environment. So that is about Ansible DevTools check environment. Next is create Ansible project. This internally create Ansible project is for creating or scaffolding various types of project. It is using Ansible Creator in the back. So it's scaffold like multiple types of project. If you want to create a collection, it will use Ansible Creator and help you create a entire structure of a collection. If you want a best practices, Ansible best practices directory structure, it will help you to scaffold that. And also if you already have an existing structure and you just want to add, like for example, if you already have a collection and you want to add a specific role inside that collection, so Ansible Creator will do that for you. So yeah, to support all the goodness of Ansible Creator, this tool will do that, Create Ansible Project. Going ahead, Ansible content best practices. Yeah, so this tool is about, so this will, like we internally, we are using a resource file for this, and it has a lot of, it's like a big MD file which has a lot of information about like YAML formatting, naming convention, role structure, playbook design, all the things, all the best practices related to Ansible. So when you invoke this tool inside your Copilot, so all this information gets accumulated there. It will be in the in the context, and like all the queries that you will generate after this. So it will use all this information basically because it will already be in the context. So this tool is about that. Next is Ansible Lint. I think, so I just want to check like who all are familiar with Ansible Lint, and can you raise your hand? Okay, that's awesome. So yeah, Ansible Lint does not need like a lot of explanation. Internally uses Ansible Lint tool to detect your playbook, to run your playbook against some rules that we already have in the lint. And it also supports auto fixing to some extent. So in the Ansible Lint CLI, we have this --fix command line parameter, which tries to, if Ansible Lint is encountering any error, the auto fix tries to go ahead and like basically fix that for you to some extent. So if from this tool, we are also dealing with that, like Ansible Lint, reporting the error, and then we are also extending this tool to support the fix parameter of Ansible Lint for the auto remediation. And next is define and build execution environment. So this is about creating execution environment image that like execution environment definition file that you can later use to build your custom execution environment image using Ansible Builder. So you can specify your base image that you want, you can specify the tag, basically all the details that you would need inside your execution environment definition file. You can customize those inputs, and then you can also add your like whatever collection that you want inside your EE file, you can add that, and then it will give you, it will help you to generate the EE file. So, and that your EE file you can use later, an Ansible Builder you can use to basically generate the EE image out of that. And you can use that EE image to run, like use Navigator and run inside that EE image. So yeah, this tool will help you with the execution environment definition file. Next is Ansible Navigator. So yeah, it would run Ansible Navigator, like Ansible Navigator CLI, and Ansible Navigator tries to find, if you are trying to use the EE support, it will try to find Podman or Docker, whichever it finds first. And if it's not able to find it, then it would basically skip it, and you won't be able to run your automation inside your execution environment image. So yeah, this tool helps to run your playbook using Navigator. Now it's the demo time. Okay. Okay, so first we'll see how you can register and start your MCP servers. So this is my workspace. I already have Ansible VS Code extension installed. You can install it from here if you don't like already have it. And then what you need to do is to enable your server. Like I mentioned, there were a couple of options. So like let's see like one of them, which is using the command palette way. So you just need to click Control Shift P if you are on Mac. Sorry, Command Shift P if you are on Mac. Then you need to like start writing enable DevTools MCP server. It would come up basically, with this, and then you just need to click enter on that, and a nice like message would pop up here that Ansible Development Tools MCP server has been enabled successfully and it's now available. And from here you would know that okay, my MCP server has been registered successfully, and then you just need to list it amongst all the other available server. So there you can, let me just go back a little. Yeah, so there you can see the Ansible Development Tools MCP server is listed over here. If you go inside it, you can start your server. It will show you that it has been able to discover all these tools. So from that message, you can be sure that yes, you have the server successfully registered and started. And from the Copilot settings tab, you can also see all the available tools. So yeah, and once the server is registered and started, you can start like trying out different tools that are available. So yeah, the first and foremost thing is about like setting up your virtual environment with whatever Python packages, whatever collection you want inside your virtual environment. So before creating the virtual environment, I'm just writing inspect my environment just to see what I have already in the existing virtual environment. So as soon as I just write inspect my environment, it is trying to invoke a tool which is ADE environment information, the tool that I mentioned earlier, which will basically inspect my current virtual environment and give me a detailed information about my Python version, my Ansible version, if I already have a virtual environment or not. So it will give a nice summary of all of that. Yeah, thanks. That looks so much better. So yeah, there is a nice summary of all of that, installed collection, Ansible tool, Python version and all of that. So if you already have an existing virtual environment, it will give you like a nice summary. If you do not have it, then you can use, and it's also, since I was having a virtual environment, it's also like at the very end, it was suggesting that you already have a development environment and it's fully set, you just need to source it. So it is giving me a command which I can use to just activate my virtual environment. And to create a fresh virtual environment, you can say something like create a new virtual environment using the Python version that you already like have locally. Let's say if you are saying to use Python 3.13 and you already don't have Python 3.13 installed on your system, it will show you a message that you first need to install Python 3.13 and then you can activate or like get a virtual environment that is using Python 3.13. So that's a prerequisite, but you will get a message saying that. So yeah, I'm just here I'm saying to create a new virtual environment using Python 3.13 and install Ansible.NET Common Collection inside it. You can add more details here, more collection if you want to install inside that environment, more Python packages. It will do that for you. So as soon as I hit that query, yeah, it just needs some, while I was recording it, I had to like add more specifications. So I wrote VNV and then it was not able to get it. It depends from like what model you are using and how smart your model is basically. So then I had to like go ahead and say virtual environment instead of VNV. So yeah, that's totally up to like that's totally up to the model that you are using and how smart it is. So yeah, like after that, it is trying to trigger ADE setup development environment tool, which is internally using Ansible dev environment like Python package, which is a part of ADT. And that is responsible for install your collection inside your virtual environment. So we are utilizing that tool basically. So it has all the information about my system, my OS type, distribution, Python version, the collection that I mentioned that I want to install Ansible.NET Common inside my virtual environment. It has all this information. and it ran it. So yeah, and then there is a nice summary that I've created a new virtual environment with Python 3.13 and installed the Ansible Net Common collection. And at the very end, it will give you the command that you can just copy and paste it in your terminal to source and activate your virtual environment. So yeah, that's about setting up your environment to actually get things started before you actually start your automation. I'll move ahead because I covered that. Yeah, just another tool which I mentioned earlier that lists all the available tools. So yeah, as soon as you say list all the available tool, it will invoke this tool. You will need to allow it, and then in the output, in the Copilot output, you can see what are all the tools that are available to us, and just a quick summary, a description about what each tool is actually able to do. So yeah, you can see a description about that using list available tool, and then and also before you start like writing anything, as in like scaffolding a collection, scaffolding a playbook, adding role, before you actually start working on that, be sure to check if you already have like Ansible DevTools package installed or not. Because that way you will be sure that you already have everything installed. So yeah, I'm just saying that check if I already have ADT installed or not, and it is trying to invoke ADT check tool, which basically install Ansible DevTools Python package if it's already not installed, and if you already have it installed, it would just give you show you that it's already installed. And yeah, a bit of summary that what all the tools ADT has and what you will get. So, okay, I need to okay, this is the second clip about the other tools. Okay, yeah, so once we have everything like set up, our virtual environment is set up, everything is installed, then we need to start creating stuff, like creating projects, collection. So here I'm trying to create a new playbook project, which is named as, I'm just naming it as Demo Web Server. So playbook project, if you are not like familiar with Ansible Creator, so Ansible Creator has this capability to scaffold multiple types of projects. So playbook project is the kind of project that gives you Ansible best practices playbook structure. So in that structure, you will get like all the best practices directory, some sample playbook files, a sample role structure, which is inside the Ansible collections directory. So that's the ideal way to get started, because that will give you the skeleton basically, and from there you can like modify it and go ahead. So here I'm trying to invoke Ansible Creator. But even if let's say I'm not familiar with Ansible Creator, I don't need to specify Ansible Creator as in, I just need to say like create a project for me, which is named as this or that. You can name it anything. So I'm just saying that, and internally, as soon as I like hit that query, it was able to find the tool that I'm trying to invoke, which is create Ansible projects. That's responsible for creating projects. It is able to find the information. Basically, this information is going to Ansible Creator, and then it is doing its job to create or scaffold stuff. So project type is set to playbook. Directory, project directory name is this, namespace, and collection name is also required because that will be like scaffolding collection as well in the playbook in the best practices directory structure. So yeah, the FQCN collection name needs to be specified. So yeah, it has that information, and with all that information, when it is running, it was able to create an Ansible playbook project, demo web servers, and the structure looks something like this. So it has all the best practices. This is the Ansible best practices directory structure. So there are a lot of configuration files like Ansible, Ansible.config, Ansible Navigator configuration file, which is Ansible Navigator.yaml, Then we have some sample playbooks, Linux playbooks, some sample network playbook, site.yaml that actually contains your role, which is inside the Ansible collection. So we are scaffolding a sample run role inside this collection. Yeah, so that's the FQCN name of your collection, and we have a sample role inside it, and these are all the configuration files that you need to basically get started. So yeah, these are some of the playbook files that are scaffolded as part of this directory structure, and this is the main playbook file, which is site.yaml, and it has the information about your role. So from here you can you have all the playbooks, you have all the directories structure that you need, and from here on you can go ahead and start validating your content, running your playbooks, and then basically you can deploy it. So like here, because I already have some playbooks scaffolded using Ansible Creator, so I'm just going ahead and validating my playbook. So yeah, as soon as I say validate this playbook, it is, let me go back a bit. So yeah, as soon as I'm saying validate this playbook, it knows that validating as in we have to use Ansible lint, right? So yeah, these keywords, they are internally, like in the code base, we have internally like added a lot of keywords, so which is why it's able to it is able to grasp like validate as in, yeah, we need to use Ansible lint, right? So yeah, it is triggering the Ansible lint tool. The file information is there, which is the playbook file, and then if I just click on allow, it will go ahead and run Ansible lint on it, and yeah, and it is first asking me, so would you like Ansible lint to run with fix or without fix? Like, do you want automatic fixes if there are any fixes, if there are any issues in your playbook? So I will say no automatic fixes for now, because first I want to see if there are any issues or not in the playbook. So yeah, just run Ansible lint for me right now. No automatic fixes. So it will go ahead and simply run Ansible lint and give you a summary of what was the issue that it is founding, and so yeah, the syntax, like here it was, this was the syntax check failure, and then it is saying that it is like you need to install the missing collection basically. So yeah, that way you can validate your content. I also have like another playbook using which I can quickly show how Ansible lint autofix also works, like how it can automatically fix the failures for you to some extent. So here is my another sample playbook, and first I'll validate this playbook using Ansible lint, and then we can see if we are able to like autofix or not. So yeah, let's see. First I will just say validate this playbook. It will probably go ahead and just simply run Ansible lint without fix. So fix parameter is set to false, and then it will report the issues. The command instead of shell rule has been triggered because we are using ansible.builtin.shell where command should have been used. So yeah, and now and in the end, it is asking me that would you like me to run with -- fix to automatically fix this issue. So yes, because this is a very quick fix, I wanted to just let the MCP server do this for me. So fix is set to true once I said yes, use autofix, and here I will just pause it a bit, and there you can see because it's not MCP server actually, it is Ansible lint working on the back end and doing its job. So Ansible lint is going ahead and modifying this playbook content and fixing it actually. So now ansible.builtin.shell has been converted to ansible.builtin.command, which is what we expect here. So that's about the auto fixing. You can just say validate this playbook, and if there are any issues and if those issues are coming under the umbrella of autofix parameter, then it would fix for you. If not, then you can use the like you can go through the documentation, you can see what the exact issue is, and then you can actually tell, you can use the Copilot to like maybe like get help on fixing those issues. But yeah, Ansible Lint does have support for it to some extent. So yeah, this was about Ansible Lint, and at the end I'm just running what are the best practices for writing a playbook. This you can actually like I'm here, like here I'm writing it, I'm querying the best practices rule after a while, like after validating, but this is something that we can also like fetch at the very first step, like before even creating any playbook or before any project creation. So it will have all the context, all the best practices context of the playbook, role, YAML formatting, naming, best naming conventions and everything. So like, because here I'm saying what are the best practices for writing a playbook. So the topic has been selected as playbooks. If you, for example, let's say if you have asked about roles, then it will only like show you information like best practices, information about roles, and so on. If you have, let's say, if you are asking it about naming convention, like best practices for naming convention, the topic will be set to something like that, and then it will only show you information about that topic. So here it will show me all the best practices for writing Ansible playbook. So internally, this is a resource that we are using inside our MCP server. It's a big markdown file, and then we are querying as per the topic. So yeah, this tool actually helps to build a lot of context. So like let's say when you trigger this for, you ask like what are the best practices for roles, and it is showing you the entire list of best practices for the role. That all of that information will be in the context while you are working on the roles after that. So that's how it helps. Okay, the next slide, which is about, so we have successfully validated our content as well, and now I will move ahead and use the information from my playbook to create a EE definition file, the execution environment definition file. So I just said use the playbook content and create an EE. So it went ahead and invoked define and build execution environment tool, which is responsible for creating the EE file. You can add your like custom base image name, whatever you want, the tag that you want to be used, and all the collection information, and that will generate a EE definition file for you. So here the base image was used as Fedora 41, Python interpreter, required dependencies are, it's just showing you like what are all the information that is getting inside your EE definition file. So let's see, so this is our execution environment.yaml file that it has created, and that's how it will look. So here if you are, so these are the basic, basic dependencies that goes inside the EE definition file. So you will always be having Ansible core, Ansible runner, you will always be having Ansible utils, because in the resource file we are adding Ansible utils. So if you want, you can remove Ansible utils and add your own custom collection like Ansible netcommon or whatever collection that you want inside your EE file. So yeah, that's how your EE definition file would look like. And then at the end of the chat, you can see it's saying, would you like me to build the execution environment image for you? So yes, I do want to build a custom execution environment image using this EE file. So I just said yes, and it is invoking Ansible builder build command and adding the path of my execution environment.yaml file. And yeah, basically it's running this command, and it will like after this is like successful, it will give me my image with the tag. So let me, since this will take some time. Okay, so build was completed and I have my execution environment image ready. So now it is suggesting that because since we have the image ready, so we can use Ansible Navigator and use the CE file, use the CE image with Ansible Navigator. So it's giving me the exact command, Ansible Navigator command, which I can use and run my playbook. So Ansible Navigator, run playbook name, and then followed by the execution environment image, which was tagged as playbook EE latest, which is the exact tag which you will be getting in your EE file, which you'll be mentioning in your EE file, definition file. So yeah, you can just copy and paste that in your terminal, and Ansible Navigator will run that playbook inside your custom execution environment image. So yeah, that's about it. This was the entire workflow from the project creation, like first setting up your MCP server, registering it, starting it, then making sure you have the virtual environment. Basically, you have the things that you would need in your environment. If not, then you should be able to install it using the tools that are available in the MCP server. And then once the environment is ready, you can create your content, you can create your project, validate it, and then debug it using Ansible Navigator. So that was the entire workflow. Some of the focus areas in the year ahead for us is to make more improvements in the MCP server, more tooling integration, and providing more and more consistent developer experience. So yeah, that's mostly about it. And I would love to hear from you if you what was your experience, if you have already used some of these tools in the past. Any pain points, any things that you would like to mention, and what works well, and do you want to see any new feature, any new enhancement? So yeah, would love to hear from all of you from that. And this is the link for Ansible DevTools forum post, so you can join that and chat with us over there. And this is the link for the Ansible community forum to join. So yeah, that's about it. Thanks everyone. If you all have any questions, then go ahead. Thanks. Yeah.
I have a number of questions. So a lot of this is fairly new to me. In the Ansible execution environment, is that part of the Ansible automation platform, or is that part of Ansible Core?
That's part of AAP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question for the recording?
Yeah.
As in Satoshi, can you repeat the question for the recording?
Can you explain?
No, I'll repeat it, but you're going to need to repeat it for the recording because they can't hear it. The recording can't hear me like it can hear you.
Yeah.
So, is the Ansible execution environment part of Ansible Core? Or is it part of the Ansible automation platform?
So this is part of Ansible automation platform. And there is also a community community image that you can use. So there are we do support both. Yeah.
What was the question? Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So the question was basically the execution environment. Is this part of Ansible Core or is this part of AAP, as in the platform? So we do have support for both. There is the community support for the execution environment, and then it also has it's also in the AAP. Yeah.
When you load that up, how much context does it use? How many tokens is that going to use just to launch that in Cloud?
Launch as in.
I'm going to ask you to repeat the question.
Yeah, so you're asking me about the tokens basically.
Yeah, how much context do you use?
So first, as in you need to build your context. So you need to give some information. While you are developing it, I triggered a tool which is able to grasp a lot of context, like Ansible best practices tool. So once that tool information is in there, it already has a lot of context. So you don't need to it won't consume a lot of tokens once it has the context. And since all of these, you will be using all of these together, all of these tools together, so that also comes in very handy, as in to reduce the count of tokens.
Right, no, but my question is, there's some number of like markdown files that you're including in
Yeah,
there
yeah.
to inform the LLM.
Yeah.
like how to even get started, right?
Yeah.
So when I say launch that, like what is kind of my context overhead in tokens, so that like I can sort of budget for how much, like what do I need in order to start working like this?
It's not a lot, definitely. We don't have this calculated as of now because we just like implemented this and we are still like optimizing this, so we don't have an exact like number for it, but it won't be consuming a lot of tokens. Because this is like these are all of these tools are working together, and as soon as you will start as soon as it's having some of the context in place, all the tools will eventually like get grasp on it. So yeah, but we are definitely working on optimizing this. So yeah.
I don't want to hog up all the
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about NCP server.
Yeah.
It is possible to use with another editor.
Yeah, you can.
VS Code?
No, it is possible. For example, if you want to try it on Cursor, maybe. So then there is a file, there is a configuration file that you need to configure a little bit, which is I guess cursor.mcp.json. That name goes something like that, cursor MCP or MCP cursor JSON. You need to mention some details, some configuration details inside that file, and then you will be good to go. So you'll be able to like run all of these inside cursor or any other IDE. So just need some more configuration, and then you would be good to go. But since it is VS Code native, in VS Code you don't need to have any custom configuration file. You won't need that in VS Code.
And I guess sort of based on that, is there a version of that MCP that I could run like? Thank you. Is there a version of that MCP that I could run like inside a Claude CLI just in a terminal?
We have not yet. It's not yet. So you are asking me that.
It's just an MCP server. It should run inside of an AD shell.
Yeah, it should work. It's just that we haven't like really like tried and see it if there are any like issues when you do it. But yeah.
Okay, no, I'm in an enterprise environment where I can't get to a production server, which I control with Ansible, from my desktop. So I'm like logged in to a terminal session, and if I need to make any adjustments to the Ansible, I'm generally doing that either like I'm either like in an IDE on my desktop and copying things over to this control server, or I'm like hand editing stuff on the control server.
Okay.
And this would be, I think this would be like super helpful for that.
Okay, that's great.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions or any other feedback? Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks a lot.